Aster typically dominates this head-to-head matchup with a 63% win rate. It's interesting that Mist has actually won the last 4 times they faced off. This early lead could be a sign that the tide has turned. Aster holds a narrow edge with a 2-1 lead. He's really leaning into that higher seed advantage right now. He's completely untouchable right now, taking control of the series with another rapid fire stop. He's just too fast, putting up a huge 4-round surge to seize total control. He's certainly justifying that higher spot on the ladder. Unbelievable reflex work to survive that exchange and keep the streak alive. A tough spot for the 24th ranked player right now. A quick reaction from Mist to put a stop to that run. Another spotless exchange for Mist as he continues to carve his way back into this set. That was a brutal fight, but he manages to dig deep and keep this surging run alive. The momentum has completely flipped in this series. Absolutely cold-blooded. He's completely erased the deficit, bringing us back to a dead even split. Aster manages to disrupt that flow and reclaims a 1-round lead. He's really fighting to shake off those 2 straight losses from yesterday. We're all square at 6-6. I mean, it's a dead heat. Mist is trying to maintain his edge as the favorite, but Aster is clearly leaning on that 74% win rate on this specific map to stay competitive. Fresh start for both of them. He refuses to let that early lead slip, reclaiming the advantage to start the second half. It's becoming a tight battle regardless of the initial expectations. He's showing some real grit here, shutting down that momentum shift with a perfect pop. The pressure is mounting for the higher seeded player. Aster cleans him up right off the ramp, making things a lot more interesting. Neither player has found an easy rhythm today. He's firmly in the driver's seat now, securing a wide margin by cleaning him up from the ramp. The underdog is really finding a way to push his luck tonight. Mist edges ahead by a single round. Now, he's fighting hard to make up for those tough losses to Ignis. Both of them poured it on in that exchange, but Mist manages to outlast him to stay in front. He's really putting the pressure on the pre-match favorite. Mist keeps his slim lead, holding a 10-9 advantage. He's fighting a tough slide after those 2 losses to Ignis. And we are completely locked in at 10 apiece. He's staying incredibly sharp, proving his resilience by regaining the lead. A bit of a surprise seeing the underdog discomposed. Incredible! He manages to crawl across the finish line with a tiny sliver of health, putting himself on the verge of victory. Simply an incredible escape to keep his lead. What a way to stay in this. Aster just completely shut him down to keep his hopes alive. He's refusing to go down quietly in this set. What a legendary run. Mist finishes the job and secures the series victory. Absolutely gutsy performance by him to come out on top here. He really defied the map odds to get this done. What a match. Ignis enters this series with a massive head-to-head advantage, winning 61% of their total clashes. It's a long-term trend that seems to hold steady, and the way he started this match proves he's still comfortably in control of the rivalry. Unbelievable. He barely hangs on with a sliver of health to secure a 3-0 lead. He's simply untouchable right now, taking another round in an instant. Simply brutal. He's cruising toward a perfect first half. His consistency here is frightening compared to how this usually goes. He manages to claw out a victory against the blue position, though he was nearly out of health. The higher rated man is definitely feeling the pressure here. What a scramble! He secures the kill from the ramp and barely survives the exchange. Mist is definitely looking for a repeat of that 13-11 result against Aster. Ignis has a higher win rate on this map at 52%, which is a distinct advantage in a duel this tight. It's surprising because Mist is actually sitting higher on our rating ladder. The pressure is really mounting on him to prove those rankings right. Ignis is just dominating, leading 8-2 now. He's looking a lot more composed than in that Blame map series. Wow, what a fight! He barely edges it out in a frantic trade to avoid a total blowout before the break. Ignis heads into the break with a comfortable 9-3 lead. Well, he's certainly playing up to the hype. That 6-round tier really put him in the driver's seat for this map. Let's see if Mist finds his rhythm. Ignis is just relentless, pushing the lead to 10-3. He's really cementing that dominance they've seen in their last few meetings. Mist finally answers back, bringing the tally to 10-4. He manages to scrape through a chaotic firefight, surviving with a microscopic amount of health. His higher rank is starting to show through in these exchanges. Ignis is just shutting everything down. He's completely refused to let Mist build any real momentum here. That's a clean response to get back on top. The momentum is shifting slightly. Mist is starting to chip away at that lead. A solid day so far for him across all his matches. Mist is really putting a damper on the lead. Ignis built up early on. He's coming into this series on a really high note. A precise shot puts the pressure back on Mist, and Ignis now has the chance to close this out. He's just showing a completely different level of discipline today. A sharp reaction from Mist to keep the dream alive. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Mist holds his ground and pulls another one back, extending his current run. The underdog is definitely putting up a fight here. Game over! He closes it out with a lightning fast shot to secure the victory. Despite the ranking difference, he's just too experienced in these head-to-head battles to let this one slip away. Aster usually controls this matchup with a 55% win rate over their history, and honestly, it makes this early deficit a bit surprising. He enters the server as the clear favorite, but the head-to-head pressure seems to be weighing on him. Aster's found his rhythm now, leading by 1. Ignis comes into this as a strong performer lately. Another effortless kill for Aster, who's now firmly in control of the match. He's looking way more composed than in that 13-10 loss 16 hours ago. Ignis responds quickly to keep this close. He's carrying a lot of confidence after that strong showing against Mist. Aster uses that height on the ramp to outplay him, putting the pressure back on Ignis. The ladder placement certainly reflects the gap in quality we're seeing. Aster's overall 72% success rate on this particular layout gives him a massive cushion here. It's effectively offsetting the shaky form he's shown in these last few matches. We're seeing that high ceiling in action right now. A quick reaction from Ignis to get a round back. He's been in top form lately, bringing a lot of heat. Aster is just dominant, holding a commanding 7-3 lead. The higher seeded player is finally asserting himself. Aster is just cruise controlling with an 8-3 advantage. It's a completely different story from their last head-to-head. Aster takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. You know, it's a complete flip of the script compared to the current form we've seen from Ignis. Aster is really playing like the better man here. Ignis needs to step up now. That's a second straight for the trading player. Aster is just runaway now, sitting pretty at 9-5. He's definitely showing why he's sitting higher in the rankings right now. Aster is just completely owning the vertical space today, using Heaven to keep Ignis pinned down. This is starting to look more like a typical day for him. Aster shuts the door on that push from the ramp, extending his lead to 11-5. He's really making it look like a mismatched pairing. He's just too fast today, and now he's one step away from victory. The pressure is just too much for Ignis right now. And there it is, he closes out the series in style to take the win. He's finally snapped that losing streak and looked completely untouchable in the process. A huge statement from the top seed. What a fight! Aster barely walks away from that, managing to pick Mist off the ramp. Aster holds a significant edge in their head-to-head history, having won over 60% of their total encounters. It's clear that confidence is playing a role right now. The big question is if Mist can shake off his early slump and find his footing. He's completely in control, dragging Mist right off that ramp for a 4th straight win. Pure dominance from the higher rated player in the series. Finally, a round for Mist, getting a quick response back. The lower rated player seems to be waking up. He's showing a lot of grit, keeping the pressure on to close the gap. Slight favorite or not, the gap is narrowing quickly. He's just unstoppable right now, securing another win from the ramp to keep this surge going. The momentum has completely shifted in a heartbeat. What a scramble! He claws back yet another round to even the series at 4-4. Aster answers back immediately, cleaning him off the ramp to retake the lead. He's firmly in the driver's seat as the higher rated player here. He stays strong on the ramp to secure the tie at 5-5. Both of these players are fighting incredibly hard for every single round. Aster puts a stop to that quick turnaround, cutting Mist down from the ramp. We're seeing a very different story than their last clash on Orange. We're all square at 6-6, and honestly, this is exactly the type of grind we expected on Redline. Mist is staying competitive, but Aster is playing his way toward a potential upset. Fresh start for both players here. Aster edges ahead, putting him up 7-6. The match feels much tighter than his rank 17 spot would suggest. Aster is really starting to lean into his map strengths, where he maintains a strong 67% success rate. So yeah, seeing him stack these rounds back to back is a huge swing. The pressure is now entirely on Mist to prevent this from spiraling out of hand. Mist responds with a clean finish, showing some serious resolve to stay in this contest. Exactly why you can't count this guy out early. Aster is starting to pull away now at 10-7. A completely different energy from the result we saw on Orange. Aster keeps his cool up on the ramp and is just starting to put some serious distance between them. Really showing the gap in their overall career success here. That was a blink and you miss it exchange. Mist is definitely not going down without a fight. Mice catches him from the ramp, putting up a real fight to keep this game alive. A really clean response to halt the momentum. Aster secures a quick finish and puts his opponent's position to waste, moving within striking distance of the win. Unbelievable, he closes it out right there to take the victory. He really stepped up when it counted to settle the score after that loss on Orange. A solid performance to keep his historical lead intact. Ignis has a significant edge in the head-to-head, taking 61% of their previous meetings. And considering he just won their most recent clash, it looks like he's firmly in control of this rivalry. I wonder if Myst can find a way to break that pattern today. Myst holds a narrow lead as we head back. He's really making the most of his 21 wins today. It's a dead heat already. Neither player can seem to pull away from the other. Myst's slight edge on the ladder hasn't helped yet. Myst is just a hair ahead at 3-2. That was an incredibly fast exchange to close it out. Myst is pulling away with a strong 4-2 lead. A tough spot for the favorite to be in right now. Things are tightening up. We're practically back to a stalemate after that last exchange. Ignis has clawed back to a perfect tie. Myst's better ranking hasn't played a part in this set. An absolute shredder of a round, and he keeps moving forward with total control. The lower ranked player is really stepping up here. He's simply too fast right now, taking a 4th straight to put himself in the driver's seat. A tough stretch for the player who has a better ranking. Absolutely relentless. He has completely taken over the match with 5 in a row. He's just outclassing him in every single exchange. Ignis holds a 7-5 lead as we switch sides. I mean, it's exactly how we expected this to go. The favorite is playing his way to a comfortable lead here. Let's see if Myst can fight back. That's a lightning fast way to keep the pressure on. He is putting on a huge show right now, evening things up completely. The momentum shift is real, completely flipping the early script. Ignis takes the lead with an 8-7 advantage. Myst definitely needs to shake off the fatigue from his 21 wins today. Unbelievable. He barely hangs on with a tiny sliver of life after that brutal exchange. He's really starting to look like the dominant player today. He's completely locked in now, cruising to a 3-round streak. He's certainly making his presence felt after that 13-9 victory on Mappas. A lightning fast reaction from Myst to halt that run and stay in the contest. Ignis is really asserting himself here, pushing his lead further into the double digits. An effortless pop for Ignis, putting him just 1 step away from victory. That's a really strong way to push the advantage. Myst reacts just in time to keep his hopes alive with a crisp headshot. He closes it out right here. Ignis secures the victory. It's getting a bit repetitive for Myst, who just can't seem to find an answer for his opponent's style today. Esther holds a strong overall lead in their history together with 87 wins. He's already making that advantage feel tangible after such a fast start. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can shake off that earlier loss to him today. He is simply too fast for him right now, putting up a perfect 3-0 start. Exactly what we expected from a rank 14 player. And he answers right back, showing plenty of grit to keep this contest close. He's definitely proven that he can handle the pressure today. Ignis shuts him down from the ramp, continuing this impressive rally. His confidence is soaring after those 2 tight matches against Kale. Aster secures the edge from that ramp, quickly regaining his lead in the set. A steady start for him, keeping that head-to-head lead intact. Aster has a massive win rate advantage of 66% on this specific map. You know, he's really capitalizing on that knowledge right now. It feels like he's completely in control of the pace here. He's digging in deep and refusing to let Aster run away with this series. The favorite is still in the driver's seat for now. Aster doesn't let him stay up there for long, quickly taking Ignis off the toolbox. He really looks comfortable with the match moving in his direction. Aster is pulling away now, leading 7-3. He's really finding a way to capitalize on that 14 rating. Ignis is struggling to close the gap at 7-4. He's certainly looking for some revenge after that tough 13-5 loss earlier today. Aster goes into the break with a comfortable 8-4 lead, and honestly the underdog is making a strong case for an upset right now. He is playing far above his expected level against the favorite. Time to see if he can respond. Aster holds his ground, now pushing ahead 8-5. He's looking sharp, having already taken down Mist in a similar fashion today. He keeps the pressure on with another win, showing some real tenacity in this comeback. He's starting to look far more dangerous in these exchanges. What a run! He catches Aster from the wine box to keep this surge rolling. He's completely flipped the script in a matter of minutes. Unbelievable! Aster barely survives with a sliver of health to put him up 9-7. Absolute nerves of steel to clutch that out. He wins the clash on the ramp, refusing to let that lead grow any further. A quick turnaround for the underdog to keep this close. Aster extends the gap to 10-8. Both players have been grinding today, but the favorite is firmly in charge. He's showing immense grit, refusing to let the lead slip any further. Both players are trading blows as we enter the final stretch. Aster manages to shut him down on the ramp, putting a lot of pressure on the underdog now. He puts on a show from the ramp, moving him to within a single round of victory. A very clean execution to secure that lead. And that is it. He finishes the job with a perfect shot to seal the victory. He's just too consistent in these high-pressure matchups, proving once again that he's got the right answer for Ignis. Esther really owns the head-to-head history here with a 63% win rate, and honestly, that dominance is usually a huge psychological advantage. I'm curious to see if that weight will finally start to press on Mist as the game progresses. Mist is really picking up speed here, taking control of the early game. That was a lightning-fast exchange to take the lead. Esther manages to secure a strong vertical advantage and shuts that down quickly. That's exactly how his last series against Ignis looked. Aster just refuses to let the momentum shift, clearing Mist right off that box to extend the lead. Just an effortless shot to put him in charge, moving the count to 4. He just can't be stopped right now, extending that run to 4 straight. The momentum completely mirrors that last series they had today. He is simply untouchable right now, picking up another one to move the lead to 6-2. He's playing with a ton of confidence after taking down Ignis earlier. The streak continues to climb and he's now sitting on 6 straight. It is a tough day for Mist after that tough loss to Ignis. He's just outclassing everyone right now, picking up his 7th straight to push the lead to 8-2. It is a tough mountain to climb for the number 26 seed. Just another flawless reaction to keep the streak alive as we approach the break. Aster goes into the break with a 10-2 lead. I mean, Mist was supposed to be the stronger player here, but he's completely falling apart. That 9-round run by Aster puts him in a perfect position to close this out. Time to see if Mist can wake up. Esther has a strong lifetime win rate of 68%. It's a huge sample size that usually suggests he can close these things out. If Mist wants to put up a real fight, he'll need to find a way to stop the bleeding right now. He completely shuts that door on any comeback hopes, putting him just 1 round away from victory. What a final shot! Aster closes it out in a flash to secure the series. He's just on another level right now, and it shows in how completely he managed to dismantle Mist on this map. Ignis has won 61% of their meetings historically, and honestly, that long-term dominance usually makes him the one to beat in these matchups. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can keep the pressure on after a strong start. He is simply untouchable right now, extending his lead to 3 straight. Not the star the favorite wanted today. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he claws back around to stay in the fight. He's showing a lot of grit, refusing to let this slip away. He's continuing this surge, putting the pressure back on Mist. The confidence is clearly shifting back to the favorite. Mist is cruising along with a commanding 4-2 lead. His current standing on the ladder gives him a slight edge in composure. Mist is just too sharp right now, simply picking Ignis right off that box. The gap between these two on the ladder is nearly non-existent. Ignis manages to hold his ground, chipping away at that early lead. The pressure is shifting as the underdog struggles to close it out. Unbelievable. Ignis somehow barely survives that slugfest from the box to close the gap further. Mist is sitting on a 19-17 record over the last day, and honestly he's looking far more consistent right now than we've seen from him recently. It'll be key for Ignis to reclaim that mental edge before things get out of hand. Mist holds a solid 8-4 lead. Well, this is a total reversal of the pre-match script. Ignis entered this as the A favorite, but he's just not playing at his usual level today. Time to see how they adapt. Mist is comfortably ahead, leading 8-5. The gap in the rankings is practically non-existent at this point. Mist is staring down the finish line at 9-5. He seems to be finding some stability after that rough patch. The pace of this set is lightning fast, and Ignis is finally starting to trade blows more effectively. Mist has been really struggling recently, coming off that rough patch against Aster. A classic high ground battle there, and Mist comes out on top in a long exchange. He is certainly making his case for being the higher rated player. Mist is really putting a stranglehold on this series, making it nearly impossible for Ignis to mount a comeback. The higher seed in this pair is truly taking control. Mist shuts down that comeback attempt and puts himself just one round away from victory. A very efficient finish to keep the momentum firmly in his hands. And that's it. A perfect finish to seal the victory for Mist. Coming into this, the history books were heavily on the other side, but he completely dismantled that expectation today. Aster gets an early lead, capitalizing on that height advantage from the ramp to kick things off. Aster maintains a strong 67% win rate on this map, and he usually handles this specific matchup quite well. It's a high confidence scenario for him, though Ignis is definitely looking to flip the script from their previous head-to-head result today. The momentum has completely shifted now, as he secures his third straight win. A rough start for the higher rated side of this match. Aster answers back quickly to trim the deficit. He's looking a lot more like that top half seed right now. Both players tried to fight for the high ground, but Aster just came out on top in that scramble. That's the second time today he's outclassed his opponent in a set. Ignis holds a thin edge now with a 4-3 lead. He's certainly keeping the pressure high for the underdog. Ignis just keeps the pressure on from that ramp, and he's really starting to build a cushion here. Coming into this series, Ignis had a tough run with those last couple losses. A fierce battle on the ramp, but Ignis secures the edge for his third straight victory. Aster manages to break the momentum of his opponent, showing a lot of grit to keep this competitive. Ignis is playing with a surprising amount of confidence right now, despite the rating gap between these two players, and honestly, he's showing a level of consistency that Aster is just failing to match. If he can keep this pace up, we might be looking at another upset today. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's playing exactly how he needs to, as the slight favorite. Aster still has plenty of time to close this gap and secure the win. Let's see if Aster can reset. Ignis was not intimidated by that height advantage, taking a clean fight from below to extend his lead. He's really making the most of this opportunity today. That was a close exchange, but he manages to prevail and keep the comeback alive. A very tight exchange of fire, but the favorite finally finds some ground. Ignis is now sitting comfortably on a 9-6 lead. He's definitely shaking off those recent losses to Mist. Ignis is just refusing to let Aster breathe right now, shutting him down again from the ramp. A total flip from that 13-9 win earlier today. He's just too strong right now, continuing this role to put his opponent in a deep hole. The gap in their ladder rankings isn't showing at all right now. Absolutely untouchable right now. Ignis secures another effortless victory to put himself on match point. Unbelievable finish! Ignis closes it out with an effortless shot to secure the victory. He really stepped up and dominated the map here, completely erasing the historical gap between the two of them. Aster clearly owns the historical edge here with a 64% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. You know, it's a stark contrast to the betting outlook that originally had this as a toss-up. Let's see if Aster can actually translate that long-term history into a clean sweep. Mist is fighting hard, but Aster holds a narrow 2-1 lead. He is putting a lot of pressure on the mid-tier rank today. These rounds are flying by, and the pace is heavily favoring the guy in the lead right now. Absolutely untouchable right now. He's just cruising through these encounters. Mist keeps the pressure on, securing a completely clean exchange to cut into the lead. Mist is refusing to back down, proving a real toughness by clawing back another round. Aster is in a commanding position with the ranking as high as 14 in our rating. It's interesting to see a gap in skill level like that actually translating to the scoreboard this early. I wonder if Mist can find a way to bridge that distance before things slip away completely. He has completely stalled that momentum, leveling the series at 5-all. The momentum has completely shifted back to Mist. Aster claws back ahead, reclaiming the lead at 6-5. Coming off an incredibly tough set against Ignis right before this. Aster goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, the underdog is definitely proving he can handle the pressure here. He's using that map experience to stay ahead of a tough opponent. Let's see if Mist finds a gear. He's staying remarkably steady, quickly erasing any gap in the scoreline. That was a lightning-fast exchange to get back in it. Aster is pulling away again, extending it to 8-6. He's showing a lot of grit right now, quickly neutralizing the pressure to keep this series tight. The resilience is real here, as he secures an effortless kill to bring us back to a dead heat. Aster edges ahead again, holding on to a slim 9-8 advantage. Aster doubles down, pushing the lead to 10-8. The higher rank is really asserting control here. A heavy exchange there, but Mist survives the trade to keep the pressure high. An incredible display of nerve to keep himself in the game. Aster is really starting to pile on the pressure now, putting Mist on the defensive. A crisp shot from Mist to stop the momentum and keep the comeback alive. It's a total dogfight now, completely erasing the pre-match advantage. A huge moment for Mist as he secures the equalizer to bring the score to 11-11. He's simply on fire right now, moving just one round away from a huge victory. The momentum has completely swung in this series. Unbelievable. He closes out the series with a finally blitz to secure the win. He just completely defied the odds to pull this off. That's a massive statement win against a guy who usually has his number. He had to work for that. Ignis holds a huge historical advantage in their head-to-head history, having won 61% of their lifetime encounters. It's interesting to see how that translates here, since Mist actually took their most recent meeting in a very convincing manner. I wonder if the momentum from that previous victory will kick in as this series progresses. Another flawless duel. He's completely controlling the server right now. The higher seed is looking far too comfortable here. He's just not missing. Another clean finish puts him up 4-0. It's a bit of a shock given he's slightly higher on the ladder. A quick response from Mist to get back on the board. Ignis quickly regains his grip, leading 5-1. A much better showing since their first encounter today. Ignis has an all-time win rate of 49% across a massive amount of games. Looking at his recent form, he's actually found some solid stability lately. The real test will be whether he can maintain that consistency over the long haul. He's on fire now, securing his third straight win to tighten the gap. The gap on the ladder is practically non-existent at this point. Incredible, he's completely erased that deficit to level the score. The underdog has completely flipped the script on this series. Ignis manages to get the edge here, reclaiming the lead just before the switch. A quick reaction there to halt those back-to-back rounds. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. Things are playing out pretty closely to the projections. Both players traded strong streaks to keep this dead even so far. Time to see who blinks first. Snatch the momentum back in a heartbeat. A real test of willpower for the favorite right now. And we're deadlocked again at 7 apiece. The momentum is firmly on his side as he takes an 8-7 lead. He is definitely proving himself to be a dangerous opponent today. Ignis answers back and we're tied up at 8. Both players are really fighting for every single point here. The comeback is gaining steam as Mist pulls ahead by 1. A very gritty performance showing from him today. Ignis levels the playing field, making it 9-all. Neither player is letting their opponent breathe a bit today. A perfect shot to move one step closer to the finish line. He's really making the most of this second half. Ignis answers back, bringing us to a 10-10 deadlock. His higher ranking on the ladder isn't giving him any room to breathe. Ignis is really stepping up the pace now, taking control of this exchange. Pure chaos as we enter the final stretch. The pressure is really mounting for both of them now. He manages to fight through the damage and secure this one from the ramp. A clutch play to put him just a single step away. Absolutely untouchable. He forces the deadlock and we are officially headed to overtime. Complete reset of the board for a sudden death scenario. A crisp finish here as Mist keeps his composure to pull ahead in this high-stakes scenario. The composure on display from him right now is frightening. He's taking over this overtime a huge way, securing another victory to push the lead. The pressure has clearly shifted to the top seed. Mist has absolutely surged forward, taking total control of the series. A huge gutsy show from Ignis to keep this alive. The favorite still has some fight left in him. What a finish! Mist emerges from a brutal trade to shut the door and secure the victory. He really tightened up when it mattered, especially with how quickly he was popping off his shots. An incredible way to close it out. What a fight! Aster has consistently dominated this head-to-head matchup by winning 56% of their encounters, and it's interesting because he actually just lost their most recent game quite convincingly. Now we have to see if he can push that historical advantage further here. Aster is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. The favorite is definitely feeling some pressure now. Ignis just can't seem to find an answer for those rapid responses today. He's comfortably asserting his status as the favorite right now. Aster is just running away with this 4-1 lead. He's really making the most of that map advantage today. Unreal. Ignis barely survives that clash, scraping by with just 4 HP to stop the momentum. A huge response from Ignis, who refuses to let this game slip away. He's showing a lot of resilience despite the pre-match expectations. He's completely erased the gap, leveling the score with an incredible flurry of wins. He's completely unstoppable right now, extending that surge to 4 straight wins. A complete turnaround from the early projection for this one. The climb back continues as Ignis puts another one in the books, having completely seized control of the server. Absolutely ruthless timing on those shots. He's just completely in control, securing his 6th straight victory in a row. Ignis takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he is proving why the odds makers liked him today. That 7-round tier really flipped the script in his favor. Time for a quick reset. Ignis just won't let up, picking Aster right off the box to extend the lead. The gap in raw skill on the ladder is really starting to show. Aster is currently showing a lot of persistence with his 19 wins over the last day. It's clear he's fighting back despite the early deficit. He'll need a few more of these close calls to really put the pressure back on Ignis. Aster really made a play there, taking Ignis straight off the box to cut into that lead. The ranking gap between them is barely noticeable right now. That was a textbook exchange. He walked away without losing a single point of health. Ignis keeps his grip, now sitting 3 rounds ahead. His overall head-to-head record here is quite impressive. Another clean shot, and he's now just 2 rounds away from closing this out. The back and forth nature of these last few rounds is really ramping up the tension. Ignis is just a single round away from closing this out. It's been a total nightmare for the pre-match favorite. And that's it. Ignis closes the door with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He really played the spoiler here, cutting through a player who usually has his number. He's just on a different level today. Welcome to Berserk League duels. We are on orange for this match between Aster and Mist. Aster is clearly a powerhouse on this map with a 74% win rate. But he's currently in a slump and struggling to find his footing. I'm wondering if he can lean on that historical strength to turn things around today. Mist holds the lead, pushing a 2-1 advantage. His confidence is soaring after that recent series of wins. We've got a complete deadlock. This is turning into a real toss-up after that quick exchange. Aster claws back ahead, now leading 3-2. He's trying to shake off those 3 straight losses from earlier. He is completely taking control of this map with 3 straight rounds in his pocket. He is absolutely on fire, picking up another one to push his lead even further. Really flipping the script from that recent loss on Italy P. He's just unstoppable right now, picking up another one for a 5-round surge. He's showing exactly why he holds the head-to-head edge. He's simply outclassing everything Mist throws at him, securing his 6th straight win. He just won't stop, extending his run to 7 consecutive rounds. Absolutely relentless, putting together a massive 8-round stretch as we approach the break. Aster holds a huge 10-2 lead. I mean, the analysts expected a closer fight, but he is completely running away with this. Mist looks lost while Aster cruises toward a quick victory. Time for a total reset. Aster is putting an incredible amount of pressure on the clock. These exchanges are ending almost instantly, completely erasing that memory of the defeat in Italy. Mist has a huge hill to climb here, but he's fighting back and refusing to go down without a fight. A flawless shot to put him on the edge of victory. Exactly the kind of result you'd expect from the favorite. What an incredible showing. Aster closes the door on this set with a rapid final strike. He's officially back in the win column, looking far more comfortable here than he did in his last few sets. Mist gets the early lead, reacting quickly to shut down Ignis on the ramp. Ignis is historically the one to beat here, owning a 60% win rate over their opponent. It's interesting to see that dominance shift, especially after Mist took the most recent clash between these two. This puts the pressure on Ignis to reclaim his habitual edge. Ignis puts up a strong fight, utilizing that ramp to get a quick kill. He's finally starting to lean into that favorite status. Mist is really capitalizing on the momentum here, catching Ignis right as he tried to hold that ramp. Mist is just outdueling him right now, easily shutting down anyone trying to take that high ground. He's definitely feeling the pressure after that loss on Mappas. The momentum has shifted completely, and he's just effortlessly pushing his lead to 6-1. A strong start for the player currently sitting higher on the ladder. Simply untouchable right now as he extends his run to 4 straight. His current rank is reflecting that gap in skill. He just completely dismantles Ignis off that ramp to bring the score to 8-1. The momentum from their last encounter is still very visible here. Ignis answers back, putting a halt to that heavy run by the opponent. Needs a strong push to overcome that ranking gap. Mist is just too fast today, shutting down that attempt from the ramp in under 2 seconds. He is firmly in control of this set right now. Mist goes into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. I mean, this is a complete reversal of the pre-match script. Ignis is usually the one controlling this rivalry, but he's looking completely lost right now. Ignis needs a complete reset here. Mist is just too polished right now, outplaying him even when Ignis tried to take that elevation. The gap between these two on the ladder isn't huge, but it's showing. Ignis is really fighting back, using that window spot to secure another round. He's really fighting a tough uphill battle with that scoreline. Ignis is really chewing through this lead, continuing his run from that ramp position. He just outmuscled Mist in that duel on the ramp, keeping the run alive. It's a massive shift from that 16-13 loss they shared recently. He's absolutely on fire, taking another one to keep this momentum surging. A flawless execution to keep the surge going as he closes the gap even further. Mist shuts down the comeback attempt by taking control of the ramp once more. Just a few spots higher on the ladder and it shows. He is simply refusing to go away, shutting that exchange down instantly. That was a blistering exchange. A total shut out there, and now Mist stands a single round away from victory. He's really making a statement against the pre-match favorite. What a read! He survives that tension and secures a huge round to keep this dream alive. He is really refusing to fold in the closing stretch. What a grit from Ignis, refusing to let the match slip away just yet. Pure lightning in his veins for that second straight victory. Absolutely incredible. He forces the deadlock at 12-12 and takes this battle into overtime. He is simply not stopping, securing another clean kill to push his lead further. The veteran experience is really showing in this overtime push. He puts on a clinic from that ramp, simply outclassing everyone right now. A totally commanding finish to wrap up the match. A sudden stop to that momentum as Mist claws back another one. He's really capitalizing on those 20 wins he's racked up today. He's absolutely relentless right now, securing a clean kill to put himself on the verge of victory. He's reclaiming his grip on the match with that quick response. Unbelievable. He barely edges out that fight, surviving with a sliver of health to keep the series going. His composure is just frightening under this much pressure. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he manages to come out on top and secure a huge lead. What a time to be alive. It's a dead heat once again. Ignis takes a slim lead as we hit 16-15. Ignis extends his grip with a 17-15 scoreline. The poise shown here really mirrors his confidence from the start. Ignis is distancing himself now, pulling ahead to 18-15. Ignis is really cruising now with a 19-15 cushion. Coming back from that massive deficit to take it in overtime, he really showed why he's the top dog in this rivalry. What a fight! Aster enters this series with a 68% win rate on this map, giving him a distinct historical edge. It's interesting to see a favorite starting slow, though we know these two have played over 100 times together. It'll be a battle to see who adjusts their approach first. Aster holds a slim lead with 2 rounds up. Ignis had the momentum in their last meeting, but things look different here. Ignis is refusing to let Aster pull away early, keeping this incredibly tight. Aster is just barely holding on to that 3-2 cushion. Just a different story from that 13-8 defeat on Dunes earlier. Aster's pulling ahead now, commanding a 2-round advantage. Ignis is usually the favorite in this pair, but that's not reflecting here. Ignis is making a push here, refusing to let Aster build any real momentum. He's putting up a real fight despite being the underdog here. Aster holds a significant advantage with an 88-71 record in their overall head-to-head history. Well, he's certainly capitalizing on that mental edge right now. It looks like he is finally starting to pull away in a big way. Aster's firmly in control, leading 6-4. Coming off a crushing win against Mist, he's certainly in a good headspace. These rounds are flying by now. Aster is just absolutely lighting up on the trigger lately. Aster takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. He's really making a case for the underdog here. That 3-round run shifted everything, and Ignis looks completely rattled right now. Ignis needs to wake up fast. Aster is cruising right now, stretching the lead to 8-5. The seed 17 spot is under pressure right now. That was lightning fast. He is really finding his footing again. He's fighting back hard after a rough start to the second half. Aster's looking lethal, pushing his lead up to 9-6. Aster is just ruthless right now, picking Ignis right off the vine to put a serious grip on this map. He is really validating that pre-match prediction right now. Absolutely effortless. He just completely shuts the door on any chance for a comeback. Ignis answers back immediately with a fast, clean shot to the head. He takes no damage at all there, putting himself in the driver's seat for the finish. He's looking every bit the top seed right now. A sharp response from Ignis to keep the dream alive, though the pressure is mounting. He needs to keep this pace to have any hope of a recovery. Unbelievable speed on that final shot. Aster closes the series and claims the victory. He really proved why he's the stronger player on this map. A dominant, a showing to get back in the driver's seat. What a scramble! Aster barely scrapes through that opening exchange to take the lead. Aster enters this match with a 72% win rate on this map, and it's interesting to see how that historical dominance is playing out in a game that's currently locked up in a stalemate. It will be a battle of nerves to see who blinks first. Unbelievable! Mist clings to life with a tiny sliver of health to take the lead. It's a complete flip from their last encounter on orange. Aster uses the ramp to secure an advantage and keeps this set dead even. He's really looking to repeat that dominant 13-3 performance from earlier today. Mist is just one step ahead at 3-2. The lower rated player is definitely punching up in this set. And we're back to a dead heat at 3-3. The underdog is certainly putting up a fight today. Aster is starting to put some real pressure on Mist here, taking a commanding lead into the mid-game. He's simply too fast right now, securing another round with a perfect sequence. The rank 16 player is showing a lot of confidence here. Mist answers back instantly, staying perfectly healthy in this exchange. We're completely tied up now, 5-5 for these two. He's definitely shaking off the frustration from that blowout on orange. Aster claws back the advantage, leading 6-5 now. He's definitely finding his footing after that loss to Ignis earlier. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, the higher ranked player is simply capitalizing on the map advantage here. Mist is fighting back, but he's still chasing the pace. Time to shake things up. Aster holds a slim edge with a 7-6 lead. A really tough day at the office so far for Mist. Aster's lifetime head-to-head record against this opponent is 128-74. The experience difference is really showing here as he manages the tempo. It will be tough for Mist to find an answer if this trend continues. Aster keeps the momentum swinging his way at 9-7. The favorite is really stepping up his game here. Aster is really picking up speed now, and this 3-round cushion puts him in a great spot. Absolute perfection from Aster, shutting the door on Mist with a lightning fast kill. Mist manages a swift response to slow down the pace. He is fighting a tough uphill climb after that rough outing on orange. He's out in front and just needs a single final victory to end the set. Tough break for the challenger to give up that momentum now. A huge response from Mist, who just completely erased his opponent to keep his hopes alive. Mist shows some real grit here, finally knocking Aster off the ramp to stay in this. The pressure is really starting to mount for the favorite now. Another immediate win for Mist, who is refusing to let this match slip away. Unreal! Aster shuts everything down with a blistering shot to close out the series. He really had to dig deep there to secure that win after the way things were slipping. Mist fought like a warrior. What a battle! Ignis has historically held a strong 61% win rate in their head-to-head meetings. So it's interesting to see him start on the back foot despite that mental edge. We'll have to see if the favorite can actually get back into the rhythm he's used to against Mist. Mist is really heating up with a 2-round lead. They're practically identical on the ladder right now. Everything has completely flipped. Mist had the lead, but now Ignis is the one with all the momentum. He just can't be stopped right now, taking another round without losing a single point of health. It's the second time today he's outplayed this opponent. The pressure is firmly on Mist now, as he simply cannot find an answer for this onslaught. Mist finds his feet and manages to claw one back. It's a bit of a redemption arc for him after that 15-19 loss on fast aim. Ignis entered this match coming off a tough 8-13 defeat against Aster. It's clear he's using this series as a way to get his confidence back. He's definitely playing with a point to prove after that loss. Ignis takes a narrow edge now, leading 5-4. He's fighting hard for a result after those recent losses. And just like that, we're back to a dead heat. Hard to believe these two are so close in rank on the ladder. These two are simply trading blows, neither one able to put the other away today. Looking at the ratings, there's almost nothing separating these two. Ignis holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Well, everything is playing out exactly as we expected. He managed a strong 4-round run to keep this comfortably in his hands. Time to see if Mist can respond. Ignis barely hangs on for a 1-round cushion. A really tight battle between the 26th and 27th ranked players. Ignis is pulling away now, extending that lead to 8-6. His recent 13-8 victory over Aster showed this kind of poise. Ignis is starting to look really comfortable out here, and he's firmly in control of the pace now. A perfect shot from Mist, showing some real grit to close the gap further. That was a lightning-fast exchange. He puts another one on the board, dropping his opponent right off that box. He's quickly erasing that narrow deficit. He is completely unstoppable right now, leveling the series with a perfect shot. Ignis manages to put a stop to that slide, reclaiming a 1-round advantage. The raw skill gap is non-existent here, really just a coin flip. What a resilient effort by Mist to bring this entire series back to a dead even split. A complete deadlock as we head into the final stretch. That was a blink and you miss it reaction. Ignis is just too sharp right now. Absolutely effortless. He puts an end to that hope of a run and locks the map up at 11-all. And Mist has him on the ropes now, just one more to secure the series. It's a massive shift for the underdog in this series. He forces the deadlock. We are headed straight into overtime after that exchange. That was a fast way to force the extra time. Ignis is suddenly in total control of the server, moving one step closer to ending this quickly. That was a clean sequence of play to get back in front. He is just completely taking over this overtime stretch now. He's really leaning into that role of the favorite right now. What a response from Mist, refusing to let the match slip away with another an absolute shutout. The timing on that shot was absolutely perfect. Mist is showing a tremendous amount of heart, picking him right off the box to tie this up. He's playing with a frightening amount of confidence right now. What a clutch stop. Ignis secures a huge lead, putting himself just one round away from victory. The composure he's showing in this overtime is impressive. Unbelievable. He shuts the door on this series with a stunning finish. He really dug deep to close this one out in the extra rounds. Mist played out of his mind, but just barely came up short. What a fight! Aster holds a strong 89-71 lead in their overall head-to-head history. It makes sense that we're seeing that dominance play out early today, especially coming off another victory against Ignis earlier this session. This is a high pressure spot for Ignis to try and turn the tide. Aster is sitting pretty with a 2-1 cushion now. He is fighting through a really tough spot tonight. Aster really played that height perfectly, catching Ignis right as he stepped out. A dominant run for him across his last 3 games. Aster is just cruising along with a 4-1 lead. He's truly putting on a clinic right now. Ignis responds with a flawless exchange, showing he's not going down without a fight. It's a good look for the underdog to keep things competitive. Aster has been playing incredibly well today, currently sitting on a 3-game win streak. Well, it looks like that confidence is continuing to bleed into this server. Ignis is going to have to find a way to disrupt that flow before this gets out of hand. Second straight for Ignis, who looks completely unbothered while clawing back into this set. He's tightened up significantly after those early stumbles. Aster still holds a slim lead at 6-4. Exactly what we expected from a 14th ranked player. Aster secures another one from the ramp, putting a real stranglehold on the match. Everything seems to be going exactly as a pre-match favorite should. Aster heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Honestly, he's making this look easy for the underdog. With a 63% win rate on this map, Aster is proving that his historical edge is very real here. Fresh start for both players. A very quick reset for the challenger here. Ignis is putting on a serious display of persistence, evening the score at 7-7. An incredible surge of energy from the man on the comeback. Aster pulls ahead once more, reclaiming an 8-7 advantage. Just a quick glance at the ladder shows a significant gap here. What a nail biter, but the composure was there for him. He's totally in control now, extending his lead to 3 games. He really seems to have the upper hand tonight. He's refusing to let the lead slip away completely, shutting things down with a crisp finish. He's really digging in deep to keep this series alive. Both players took a fair bit of damage here, but Ignis outlasted him to keep this momentum shift alive. He's showing real grit to stay this close to the leader. He wipes the slate clean from the ramp, completely leveling the series at 10-10. He is completely defying all those pre-game expectations right now. He's on fire now, picking up a 4th straight victory to take the lead. The roles have completely reversed since the start of the game. Aster puts a stop to that momentum and brings the score back to an even split. We're looking at the dead heat heading into the final stretch. A hard-fought battle, but he earns the edge to push this set to the limit. What a way to slam the door on that momentum shift. What a scrap! Ignis survives by the skin of his teeth to force this battle into overtime. This match has completely shifted gears. The raw speed of these last few rounds is just breathless. It's a tough day at the office for him, barely getting to 16 wins. What a turnaround! He completely deletes his opponent to force this tie at 13-all. Absolute chaos as we head into the extra frames. Another lightning fast reaction, and Ignis keeps the pressure on as he extends his lead. He refuses to let that streak get out of hand, keeping this series perfectly balanced. Just a stark reminder of the gap between their rankings. A gritty duel of attrition, but the favorite comes out on top to reach match point. The pressure is peaking as he looks to close this out. Absolute efficiency from Ignis to bring this series right back to a dead heat. Both these guys are fighting for every single inch of this server. Ignis edges ahead by 1 in an absolute thriller. Aster answers back and we are locked at 16 apiece. Ignis takes a razor-thin lead as we enter round 33. Neither of these two is giving a single inch of ground. Ignis has managed to carve out a 2-round advantage. Ignis is just refusing to let up in this final push. Ignis is absolutely dominating with a commanding 3-round cushion. He just keeps refusing to break, clawing through those overtime rounds to pull off the upset. After a brutal start to the session, Ignis has finally found his footing. What a fight! Esther holds a massive historical advantage in the head-to-head with 129 wins, and honestly, that makes this opening loss a bit surprising. He's usually the one controlling the tempo in this rivalry, so it'll be interesting to see if he can reset his focus. Mist is cruising now with a commanding 2-1 lead. A massive shift in pressure for the rank 27 player. Esther manages to clear the ramp, and we're back to a dead heat. A tough run of form lately for the rank 27 player. Unreal, both players were shredded in that exchange, but Mist barely scrapes through with a sliver of health. We've got a total deadlock with both at 3. Mist is really feeling the weight of a tough day in the server. Mist is looking really sharp from that ramp, picking up another quick round to stay in the driver's seat. That was a real scrap right there on the ramp, and Esther comes out on top. A perfect reset after those tough losses to Ignis. What a frantic scramble. He almost went down there, but somehow manages to limp away with the win. Really digging in against a top half opponent right now. Tied up at 5 apiece. This is absolute chaos. He's definitely feeling the heat after the tough series against Ignis. Aster pulls ahead, taking a narrow 6-5 lead. His recent form has been an absolute nightmare compared to this. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's putting his 67% map win rate to good use here. He's fighting off the favorite and looking every bit like the stronger player right now. Let's see if Mist can shake this. Aster is on a tear right now, securing a 4-round victory streak to widen this gap. You know, it's a complete reversal of their recent history together, since Mist had actually won 4 of their last 5 meetings. It feels like he's completely flipped the script on this one. Mist puts on a spirited display, clawing his way back with another quick victory. He's starting to look far more comfortable in this setup. Another lightning fast kill, and now we're completely tied up at 8 apiece. Everything is wide open now for the underdog. He's just on fire right now, taking complete control of this set with 4 straight wins. Absolutely ruthless. He's simply too fast right now, extending that lead to double digits. Esther answered back immediately with a clean spray, keeping things interesting. That was an effortless kill for Mist, continuing this impressive charge back into the game. We are seeing a real back and forth battle here, with neither player able to put the other away. Mist manages to survive that duel, putting himself just 1 point shy of victory. An incredible result if he closes this out. A huge play from the ramp by Esther to keep this series alive. He's finally starting to look like the favorite again. An incredible exchange that forces us into extra time. We're headed to overtime. He's been incredibly consistent across his matches today. He's just untouchable right now, securing another win from the ramp to keep the momentum swinging. He's really proving that his 1524 rating belongs right where it is. Another victory for the man on fire, continuing his total control of the overtime stretch. A tough stretch of matches for Mist to shake off. Absolutely crushing it now. He's on 5 straight and is just 1 step away from ending this. What an ending. He shuts the door on the match with an absolute blur of a play. He just refused to break in those final moments of overtime, showing exactly why he's got the upper hand in this rivalry. What a fight! Mist comes out strong with a quick pick, putting the pressure on Ignis right from the start. Mist is making it look easy, pulling off a quick kill even with Ignis holding the ramp. Hard to believe he's the one struggling right now. Ignis manages to clear the ramp, which really helps him close the gap here. He's definitely playing the role of the favorite today. Ignis holds a massive 61% victory rate over his opponent in their overall history. It's a strange contrast given how completely Mist has controlled the opening of this match. I wonder if he can actually find a way to flip the script. He's just relentless, holding that ramp to keep the streak alive. That's a complete turnaround from their last meeting on the dunes. Ignis is quick to respond, ending this one in a heartbeat. He's been far more consistent lately than the other guy. Unbelievable, he survives on a sliver of health to keep this rally going. That's a huge swing in confidence for the leader right now. He's really mounting a challenge now, claiming another victory from the toolbox to keep this surge going. He's really starting to look like the favorite we expected. He just cannot be stopped, clearing the ramp to bring this match all the way back to a deadlock. A clean reset for both of them, right here. Mist manages to secure the kill by picking him off the ramp. He's really fighting through a tough stretch after those last few losses. We're all square at 6-6. Well, it's looking just like we thought it would going in. Even with the deadlocked score, Ignis is showing why he's the favorite here. New side, new energy. Mist takes a slim lead as we head into 13. He's certainly shaken off that long slide from earlier in the day. Mist has been struggling in the rankings compared to his opponent. It's clear the pressure is getting to Ignis right now as he gives up back-to-back rounds. He needs to find a way to hold this slide before it's too late. He manages to hold the window and outlast his opponent to stay in the fight. A much needed response for a player currently sitting higher in the rankings. He claims another from the ramp, proving he can weather the storm to pull this match level. A really clean set of reactions to square things up. He just blasts him off the ramp to extend this lead to 9-8. He's really looking comfortable against his old rival now. Pure aggression here, as he secures another effortless victory to push his lead to 10. Both of them traded heavy damage in a frantic exchange, but Mist manages to edge it out. That was a nail-biter of a trade. He's just too quick today, securing another win from the ramp to keep his momentum surging. He just refuses to fold, clawing back the lead to make it 11-10. He's finally got his head back in the game. An absolute stunner as Ignis secures the point, putting him on match point. A complete shift in control for the higher seeded side. Absolute perfection to seal it. He closes the deal with a lightning fast shot to take the map. He really had to dig deep for that one, but he manages to secure another victory in this rivalry. Just a grueling scrap. What a fight. Aster is comfortably ahead in their head-to-head with 89 total wins. But Ignis has really started to own this specific rivalry lately. It'll be interesting to see if that recent psychological edge outweighs the overall historical lead. Ignis keeps the heat up, leading Aster 2-1. He's definitely playing his way into a confidence boost after that recent 1916. What a nail biter! Both players were practically empty, but he manages to scrape through with the win. Ignis is just relentless, pushing his lead to 3-2. A clean response from the high-ranked player here. Ignis is putting on a clinic, sitting at 4-2. The top-seeded favorite is really struggling to find his footing. Ignis is really capitalizing on his current form with a free win streak. It's a stark contrast to his general historical performance against a player of this caliber. He's putting immense pressure on Aster to find a way back into the match. The charge continues as Ignis secures another victory to push his lead to 7. Just effortless. He's now on a 5-round tier as the gap widens further. The higher seed is really feeling the pressure right now. He's just untouchable right now, crossing the threshold of 6 straight wins. That's a heavy reality check for the pre-match favorite. It's a 9-3 lead for Ignis going into the break. Well, the odds weren't ignoring him, but this is even more one-sided than expected. Aster needs a total reset to stop that bleeding. Time to switch it up. Ignis is just cruising, now 10 rounds up on Aster. He's really capitalizing on the momentum from their last encounter. It's getting really difficult to imagine a way back for Aster at this point. Just an absolute nightmare for the higher rated player tonight. Aster managed to shake things up there, showing he can still trade blows with the leader. He has everything in his control now and just needs a single point to end it. The gap in their recent form is really showing through today. A timely response from the underdog to keep the fight alive. A tough spot for the higher rated competitor to be in. Unreal. He closes it out right there and secures the victory. He completely disrupted everything for the top seed today, taking full control of the server. Esther really owns this specific map with a 74% win rate, and you can tell he's confident after taking that first round. I mean, the historical head-to-head is completely stacked in his favor, so it feels like Mist is fighting a steep uphill battle here. Absolutely untouchable. He just continues to steamroll through these early rounds. He's outperforming his ranking right now. He's simply not letting up, moving to a commanding lead with a perfectly timed shot. He's just far too sharp, putting up a perfect 5-round opening. He looks incredibly comfortable despite that loss to Ignis earlier today. Finally, a response from Mist, ending that slide with a swift shot. Mist is currently nursing a difficult 6-loss streak in his last 10 outings, and that lack of momentum is really showing in his play today. It's making the gap between these two feel much wider than their rankings. Aster is just dominant, staring down a 7-2 lead. The 17th seed is simply playing a different game tonight. What a fight! He barely scraps through that exchange to take another round. He's certainly making good on that favorite status right now. He just won't let up, continuing his climb toward double digits before the mid-game break. Aster takes a heavy 9-3 lead into the switch. You know, it's a complete reversal of the pre-match expectations. Mist just can't find any answers for how the underdog is playing right now. Mist needs to wake up now. Aster hits 10, and Mist is just completely buried. He seems to have the mental edge in this specific pairing. Aster is just cruising now at 10-4. He's leaning into that 47% all-time win rate to stay in this. The speed of these exchanges is wild. These two are just blinking and the round is already over. The rank 29 slot is proving to be a tough spot to fight from. Aster puts on a display of raw speed, putting himself a single round away from victory. Absolute perfection from that finish, sealing the deal and claiming the victory. He completely controlled the pace on orange today, making it look like a breeze from start to finish. Ignis dominates the head-to-head record with a 61% win rate. He's definitely coming in with the psychological advantage here. It will be interesting to see if that historical game helps him close the gap after that opening round. A total shutdown so far. He's outclassing his opponent with 3 straight. Mist is definitely flipping the script from their last meeting. Absolutely untouchable right now. He's just effortlessly gliding through the early stages of this match. Ignis gets back on the board with a very clean trade. He has been in great form lately, taking 4 in a row previously. He's showing a lot of grit, securing his 2nd straight to bring this closer. The favorite is finally starting to put on the pressure. What a run, he continues to surge, cutting the lead down to just a single round. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. A massive step up from that 4-13 loss earlier today. Mist is simply outpositioning him right now, using that height advantage to hold a firm lead. That's a huge swing from the match he dropped on fast aim earlier. He stays aggressive here, keeping the pressure high to bridge the gap further. Mist is actually playing far above his usual standard here, and it shows. Honestly, he's shaking off that rough 7-match losing streak from his recent games. I'm wondering if this newfound confidence is finally enough to secure the lead for good. Mist takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. Well, the underdog is absolutely defying the odds here. Ignis was supposed to run away with this one, but he's struggling to keep up with the pace. Mist holds a healthy 3-round cushion at 8-5. He's really looking to build on that success from that last encounter. Mist is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-5. That's a huge turnaround considering how poorly he's done this week. Mist is making quick work of these rounds, ending the fight in barely 2 seconds. A very surprising turn given their head-to-head history. Mist just pushes his lead to 10-6. He's definitely playing to his side of the rating gap right now. Mist is just putting a wall up. He's making it nearly impossible for Ignis to get any ground back. The gap in their ladder rankings is practically irrelevant right now. Unbelievable. He claws back this round in a frantic exchange, barely surviving with a sliver of health left. Talk about a nerve-wracking finish to that exchange. He quickly regains control of the server, moving himself just 1 point away from victory. The momentum is entirely shifting away from the initial favorite. Ignis stays sharp to keep his hopes alive, denying the immediate closeout. He really needed that to keep this whole series viable. He's still fighting back with another rapid-fire win, refusing to let this game end just yet. Absolutely stunning. He closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He's completely rewritten the script today, taking a huge win despite that brutal streak he's been on lately. Aster comes into this with a strong historical lead, winning over half of their encounters. It's interesting because Ignis has been the one lately taking control of their head-to-head matches. It'll be fascinating to see who settles into the driver's seat early today. Unreal, Ignis manages to scrape through a wild exchange from the box, surviving by a hair. The higher ranked player has a lot of ground to make up. We've got a total deadlock now, Aster and Ignis tied up. A complete reversal from how their previous duel ended. Ignis is on a tear now, walking away from this exchange completely unscathed. Ignis shuts him down from the box as his lead continues to grow. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure right now. Aster responds quickly here to pull within one. He's definitely showing why he's sitting higher on the ladder. Everything's back on the line at 4 apiece. A huge contrast to how their previous outing ended. Ignis is playing remarkably fast today, shutting down Aster's attempt to hold that high ground. A fast response to keep his momentum alive. Aster usually looks very comfortable on this map with a 63% win rate. But the current scoreline suggests those historical numbers might not be enough to slow down Ignis. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. Ignis holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Everything is playing out as expected, with the favorite holding a slim advantage. That 4-round streak earlier really put him in control. Let's see if Aster finds his rhythm. That higher ranking is providing some stability for him. Aster has fought back to put them level. His current form is mirroring that high-flying match against Mist earlier. That is 3 straight for the higher seed, and he just completely dismantled his opponent. He looks completely in control after that last match against Mist. Simply outclassed here, as he clears the box to push his streak to 4. He's really starting to put that higher rating to use. Ignis manages to hold the momentum, keeping himself right in the hunt. He's fighting hard to prove those betting projections right. Aster is really pulling ahead now with a 10-8 cushion. Ignis is definitely feeling the heat now. Ignis looks has got the answers today, utilizing that elevation on the box to close the gap. The lead is swinging back and forth, but Aster is starting to pull away again. A strong response after that rough defeat on Italy earlier. Ignis is refusing to let Aster cruise, shutting him down while he was perched on the box. Absolute precision from Aster, putting himself just 1 victory away from a win. Ignis puts a stop to the momentum by picking him off the box. Ignis is showing plenty of grit to keep this close. What a closer! Aster secures the final blow to finish this series right now. He really had to dig deep to claw that back, especially after the way things went on Italy. Ignis just refused to go away. What a battle! Esther holds a huge advantage in their head-to-head history, winning 64% of the time. That's why this first round felt like a bit of a shock. I'm curious to see if Mist can maintain this early pressure. Things are totally wide open now, with both locked at 1. Both players have been incredibly active today with these schedules. Mist is really surging ahead, putting Esther on the back foot. Hard to ignore that Esther has a strong lead in their overall series. Mist is putting on a real clinic right now, refusing to let Esther get any breathing room. He's really capitalizing on a great start today. Mist is now just one step from closing it out at 3-2. He's definitely showing why he's higher up on the ladder. Mist is practically cruising with a dominant 4-2 lead. A total reversal of what we expected from this pairing. The momentum is shifting back and forth quickly here. Neither player can seem to string together more than one round. And we've got a deadlock, 4 apiece. This is looking more and more like that 13-4 beatdown from their last meeting. Aster just completely took over, cleaning up from the ramp to secure his 3rd straight. That was a scrappy exchange, but Mist manages to scrap through to level things up. He's really shaking off that tough loss from their earlier clash. Mist is just too quick right now, catching Aster right off that ramp to extend the lead. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, the underdog is really holding his own here. Aster is playing a high-level game and looks poised to actually pull off this upset. Switch sides, clean slate. Aster edges ahead, grabbing a slim 1-round cushion. The higher-seeded player is starting to exert some control. Aster is putting on a real display here, and that's a massive shift from how his game looked in the first half. So yeah, he's definitely leaning into that confidence after taking care of business in his previous match today. Now it's all about whether Mist can break this rhythm. Aster's pulling away now with a 2-round cushion. The higher seed is making it look very routine right now. The lead is practically gone now, and these two are just trading blows in a real nail-biter. A tight fight here, just trading blows. Aster's firmly in the driver's seat at 10-8. Mist claws back to keep this a 1-round game. A tough day so far for him with a 15-20 record. Aster gets a quick result from the ramp to widen the gap even further. Coming off a solid 21-14 run over the last day. Neither one wants to give an inch right now, just trading rounds as they head toward the finish. Aster just absolutely shuts him down from the ramp to reach match point. Absolutely crisp reaction there to shut things down. A huge stop there from Mist, staying alive to push this series deeper into the final stretch. A huge result for the lower seeded player in this close contest. Unbelievable, Aster drags himself across the line to secure the victory. Mist almost played the spoiler there, but the experience finally paid off for the favorite. He really earns that W, what a fight. Ignis coming out strong here, catching Mist as he tried to hold that ramp. What a scramble. He barely scrapes through that fight to bring us back to a deadlock. Ignis is starting to separate himself, holding a slim advantage as soon as we get into the mid-game. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but Mist secures the tie from the ramp by a hair. He's looking to repeat that 13-9 victory from their last meeting. Ignis is really putting the pressure on, quickly shutting down Mist's attempt to play high on the ramp. The favorite is starting to exert his will here. Mist is really fighting back today, quickly shutting down Ignis from that ramp position. Ignis stays ahead by a single point now. The ladder positioning is very tight for these two. Perfect parity as Mist levels the playing field. The underdog is making a strong case for himself today. Mist is starting to build some real momentum here, quickly turning this match into a one-sided affair. We're completely deadlocked at 5 apiece now. He has usually come out on top in this particular rivalry. A real scrap for control of that ramp, and Mist is the one who walks away with the round. He's certainly finding his footing tonight after that tough loss to Aster. We head into the break all tied up at 6-6. Well, Ignis had the edge coming into this, but Mist is refusing to back down. Both players look sharp as we switch sides. Time to see who blinks first. Mist has snatched the lead and is now sitting at 7. The gap in the ratings isn't showing any effect right now. Unreal, Ignis manages to clutch out a win from the ramp in a total slugfest. A really tight contest so far, given their history together. Mist is putting on a clinic with his timing, securing that crucial lead from the ramp. Both are fighting through a long day of matches. Mist is really capitalizing on a tough day for his opponent, and honestly, the 16-19 record today shows just how much struggle Ignis has faced across his recent matches. It's becoming a real mountain to climb for him right now. That is a terrifyingly narrow escape for the leader. He's showing a lot of heart, managing to outduel Mist on that ramp to close the gap. A quick response there to keep this battle alive. He's showing a lot of grit, securing another one from the ramp to keep this rally going. The pressure is definitely ramping up for the man in the lead. Absolutely flawless response. Ignis completely wipes the floor with his opponent to tie this series up. He just cannot be stopped right now, extending that surge to a 4-round tier. He really looks like the superior seed in this particular duel. What a trade! He manages to claw out a victory in that absolute bloodbath to hit match point. Absolute brutality from the seed leader right now. Absolutely incredible. Ignis storms back to complete the reverse sweep and secure the victory. He's definitely shaken off that recent slump with this performance. Mist played his heart out, but he just couldn't find a way to shut him down. Hard-fought win. Ignis comes out flying, catching Esther right as he was trying to hold the ramp. Esther has been quite dominant in their history together, winning 55% of their encounters, and that confidence clearly carries over, given how clean he looks so far today. It will be interesting to see if Ignis can shake that mental weight of their previous head-to-head loss. Unreal, that was an absolute war, but Ignis manages to scrape through with nearly nothing left. He's certainly not playing like the underdog right now. He's just not letting up, securing his third straight round with total ease. He is really putting that high rating to the test. Aster shows some real grit here, managing to secure another one for himself. He's certainly not letting the pressure get to him. He secures another from the ramp, continuing this strong push to close the gap. What a turnaround! He's tied the series up after a completely untouched exchange. A clean wipe, leaving the server completely level. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking total control of the map with a 4th straight victory. Absolutely lethal. He is simply refusing to let this momentum slide. Ignis just can't find any answers right now. Ignis answers back with a sharp shot, keeping this series close going into the final stretch of the half. Esther takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's definitely capitalizing on his 66% win rate on this specific map. Ignis needs to tighten things up fast if he wants to avoid the total upset here. New side, new energy. Aster holds the narrow lead as we start round 13. He's certainly fighting a tough battle as the heavy favorite. He's continuing to fight back and holds his ground to widen that gap. The gap in their rankings is starting to feel real now. He just completely dismantled him off that ramp to keep this surge going. The higher seed is really putting on a clinic right now. Ignis is showing a lot of heart, quickly shutting him down on that ramp. He's proving that the gap between them isn't as wide as we thought. He quickly shuts him down on the ramp, keeping his composure to regain control. He manages to drag him off that ramp, continuing a really impressive surge. He's really flexing that top seed status in this half. Ignis is staying resilient here, keeping his hopes alive in this series. He's fighting for a foothold after that narrow loss in their last encounter. Complete dominance in that trade. He's definitely playing to his seed in this one. Ignis comes through with a huge stop to keep himself in the game. A big momentum shift right as we head into the final stretch. Game over. Aster shuts the door with a lightning fast final shot to secure the victory. He just looked completely in control of the map today. He's really on a tear right now with another win in the books. Esther jumps out of the gate with a strong start, using that height advantage on the ramp to take the opening round. Esther has dominated this pairing historically, winning 64% of their past matches, but those numbers don't reflect how Mist has managed to get in his head lately. He'll need to shake that off quickly, or he's going to let the momentum slip. Mist is fighting an uphill battle, down 3-1. Esther continues to tear through the opposition, securing another victory from the ramp. He's continuing to look like the clear favorite today. He holds his ground and gets a crucial point back, showing some real grit here. He's finally found some room to breathe in this series. A lightning fast reaction from Mist to put himself right back in the game. That was an incredibly sharp set of reactions. A complete turnaround as we've reached a dead heat in the series. The momentum has completely shifted from what we expected coming into this. Mist secures the lead and another round from the ramp, completely flipping the script. The high seed is really feeling the pressure now. Aster answers back immediately, evening the series out at 5 apiece. Both of these guys are coming off tough series against Ignis today. Aster pulls ahead just in time to take a slim lead. He really seems to have the upper hand in this pairing. Aster takes a 7-5 lead heading into the break. Well, the underdog is definitely keeping his end of the bargain here. He's leaning on that 73% map win rate to keep the pressure on. Let's see if Mist can reset. Mist is refusing to go away, shutting that down with a perfect shot. He's playing exactly like he did in those tough games against Helios. A total lockdown from the heaven as he secures his second straight, leveling the score at 7-7. It's a whole new game after a start like that. Mist isn't slowing down, picking him off the ramp to push further ahead. Mist is really making his presence felt in this series. He's completely taken over this half, claiming a 4th straight round without breaking a sweat. We're seeing a complete reversal from the early pre-match predictions. He's just on fire, securing another dominant point from the ramp to keep this huge run alive. He's just unstoppable right now, pushing his current run to 6 straight. This is a complete collapse from the higher seeded player. He definitely knows he can trade blows with a player ranked 14th. He's showing some impressive resolve here, picking up another win to chip away at that lead. The gap is closing faster than we expected. He is absolutely refusing to let this map slip away, claiming his 3rd straight with 0 damage taken. He's really proven he can trade with the upper tier of the bracket. He is showing an incredible will to win, keeping this fight alive with a perfect sequence. He's definitely fighting back to his usual standard now. Absolutely effortless, he forces this into a sudden death situation after an incredible recovery. Everything about this is leaning back toward the favorite's favor. He is simply refusing to let up now, extending that run to 4 consecutive wins. What a response! He secures an immediate point back and refuses to be put away. Mist manages to keep the deadlock going, evening things up completely. Unbelievable composure to force this back to a dead heat. Aster secures another win from the ramp to put himself just 1 point away from the series. A massive test of nerve for both players in this deep run. Mist answers back with a huge shot, locking in a tie at 15-15. Pure chaos now, neither player has a clear edge. Aster takes a precarious 16-15 lead here. Aster puts the squeeze on him with a 17-15 advantage. Mist clings on tight as Aster pushes to 17-16. This grit is exactly what he showed during that 13-11 victory over Silas. Aster edges it out, holding a 2-point cushion. The depth of experience is showing in this deep water. Mist is hanging tough at 17, but Aster still leading. The underdog is really making Aster sweat for every single point. They finally reached a stalemate at 18 all. Both these players have a huge amount on the line right now. Aster manages to sneak back in front 19-18. Aster pulls further ahead, now sitting at 20. He's really showing the class difference between their seedings. Aster's really widening the gap now, leading 21-18. The gap in their overall rankings is starting to show here. Mist just barely claws back to a 21-19 deficit. He's showing the same tenacity we saw during his match against Orion. Aster keeps his foot on the gas up, 22-19. He barely escaped that one, but he's got a lot to be proud of for pushing this deep into overtime. He really fought for every point. What a grind! Mist is proving to be a real problem for Aster right now, regardless of what the historical head-to-head says. He almost pulled it off, but the composure in those final moments was just too much. He had to work for that. Aster is showing a massive gap in skill here, with a 74% win rate on this map. I mean, it's no surprise we're seeing that early lead, given how comfortably he's been playing lately. We'll see if Ignis can find a way to push back. He's completely taking over the early phase of this game, securing a perfect start. He's continuing the form from their last meeting on Fast Aim. Pure perfection for Aster, who remains untouched while extending the lead. He's playing like someone who's completely forgotten how to lose. Absolutely ruthless. He just keeps stacking these rounds up. It's a tough spot for the mid-table guy to be in. Finally, a response from Ignis, who just ended that runaway run. A solid way for him to start fighting back. Aster currently holds a substantial lifetime lead of 91 to 73 in their head-to-head history. It really highlights how comfortable he is playing against Ignis' style. We just have to see if the underdog can find a way to flip the script today. The tide turns instantly as he wipes away the opponent's brief surge. His current form is terrifying, especially after that run against Mist. Another clean sweep for the frontrunner, who just can't be stopped right now. He looks completely locked in after that victory against Mist. Ignis manages to scrape out another round as the first half draws to a close. He'll take that as a confidence boost before the switch. Aster takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. You know the odds gave Ignis the advantage today, but the result on the server is completely opposite. It's shaping up to be a serious shakeup. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Aster maintains his crushing grip at 9-4. He's putting up a fight despite being the lower seed. Ignis just narrows the gap to 5 apiece for Aster. The difference in their ladder positioning is barely showing right now. Aster shuts down that little rally right when it was starting to get dangerous. He's been on a tear lately with a 5-game streak. Aster pushes forward, holding a commanding 10-6 advantage. It's been a long day for the man in the 25th spot. Ignis answers back to keep this 10-7 lead. Interesting. He's definitely playing with a chip on his shoulder. Ignis is on a tear now, putting together a 3-round run to claw back into this game. The momentum has completely shifted in favor of the underdog. The pressure is mounting on the favorite to stop this slide. Aster finally puts a stop to that rally, getting back on top. A critical moment for the guy sitting in the 14th spot. That was a nail-biter. He really dug deep to pull that off. He wins a desperate firefight to put himself 1 round away from victory. The gap in their seed ranking is starting to feel wide again. A grueling duel ends in his favor, and the resilience from the underdog is simply impressive. A total turnaround in a matter of minutes. Aster answers back immediately to bring the score level at 13-13. He's really refusing to let this match slip away in a chaotic overtime. He's definitely playing like his recent overall form suggests. The higher-seeded player is really stepping up when the pressure is highest. He just can't let it end here, keeping the dream alive with another clutch fight. He's really proving that the initial pre-match expectations were wrong. What a finish. He closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the series. He really had to dig deep to survive that comeback attempt, but his composure in those final rounds was just a level above. What a battle! Esther is historically the far more successful player in this specific pairing, holding a massive lead in total head-to-head wins. It's quite an odd dynamic, because while he owns the all-time record, he's actually struggling to close out these matches lately. I wonder if he can shake off the early nerves here. Mist is really putting the pressure on Esther now. His current form is lethal, having won 6 on the fly. Esther is really cleaning up here, using that height on the ramp to secure another one. Mist is really playing an aggressive game, ignoring that high ground and shutting Esther down quickly. Esther was definitely waiting for that push and just caught Mist as he stepped off the ramp. The ranking gap is starting to show as he regains his footing. Esther edges ahead, taking a narrow 4-3 lead. Really seeing that gap in experience play out right now. And just like that, Mist ties it up at 4 apiece. He's really fighting to prove his underdog status in this one. The pace is just blistering. Mist is simply reacting faster than Esther can keep up with right now. A complete shutout for Mist, who looks absolutely unstoppable right now. The seedings for this map are certainly being questioned. A quick exchange here and the lead narrows to just 1 round. He's definitely looking to capitalize on that 1548 rating. Mist holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Well, the match is going exactly how the odds predicted. Mist is playing a very solid game right now, but Esther has enough skill to close this gap. Time for a fresh start. He's really walking the line with those low health finishes. Mist was way too quick there, catching Aster as he tried to hold that ramp. Really shaking off that earlier victory for the veteran. He's completely taken over the map now, making it a 3-round run. He's completely in control, extending that series of wins to 4 straight. It's a total reversal from their last meeting on the other map. Asta finally manages to cut that run short with a sharp response. That was a gritty battle, but he manages to outlast his opponent to reach 12. He's essentially staring down a huge victory here. And there it is, Mist closes out the series with a stunning final play. Just a complete disaster for the favorite here. He really couldn't find any answers for the speed on display today. Ignis holds a massive all-time lead with 691 wins over Mist, but that historical edge isn't showing up here. Mist is coming off a win against him in their most recent meeting, and the pressure is already mounting on the favorite to turn things around. What a scramble! He claws back around in a total firefight, barely scraping through alive. He's finally starting to assert that expected edge. He's not letting Mist pull away, tightening the gap as the momentum shifts. The favored side is finally starting to look dangerous. Unbelievable! He's completely erased that early deficit to tie things up. Things are looking exactly as expected now. He's completely taken control of this match now, surging ahead with a 4th straight win. It's starting to look like the expected outcome. He's completely relentless, taking 5 in a row to build a 2-round lead. The higher seeded player is simply playing his game right now. He's simply on a tear, picking up another quick victory to extend the lead. A sharp response from Mist, who puts a stop to the run and keeps himself in the fight. He needs to find some consistency to pull this back. He's staying aggressive, securing another fast victory to keep his lead growing. He's certainly playing like the favorite we expected. It is a 7-5 lead for Ignis. Well, the seedings are holding up so far. He put together a strong 6-round run to keep the momentum on his side going into the second half. Let's see who finds their rhythm. He's showing a lot of grit, shutting that down instantly to keep the pressure high. That's a very composed look from the higher ranked player. He's showing some real resolve, putting together a pair of wins to trim that lead. The underdog is refusing to go quietly today. A gritty exchange that goes the distance, and Ignis outlasts him to put the pressure back on. He really seems to be finding a way to shut things down. He's refusing to buckle, stepping up with a crisp headshot to keep this comeback alive. The underdog looks a lot more comfortable now. He's putting on a clinic now, barely breaking a sweat with that rapid fire. That was a lightning fast reset to get back on top. A grueling fight that saw both players trading heavy damage, but Ignis manages to survive the chaos. Just a sliver of health left there, but he closes it out. He is simply cruising to the finish line, taking total control of the map. Absolute perfection. He closes out the series with a quick burst to seal the win. He really snapped out of that slump today and looked every bit the superior player throughout the whole set. Esther starts strong by catching Ignis right as he stepped up the ramp. Ignis is just getting outpaced early on. He can't seem to find an answer for Esther's speed. He's really asserting himself as the favorite early on. Esther holds a commanding 92-73 lead in their head-to-head history. Looking at the way he's played today, it's clear that the overall advantage is weighing on Ignis. The big question is whether Ignis can actually find a path to a comeback here. Esther is just dominating, sitting comfortably at 4-1. A stark contrast to how Ignis looked against Mist earlier today. Ignis quickly puts a stop to the run by clearing Esther off the ramp. That puts a bit of pressure back on the favorite. Aster had the better read there, picking him off as he climbed the ramp. Not a surprising start given where they sit on the ladder. Ignis is showing some real grit here, effortlessly securing another round to narrow the gap. He's making a real push now, refusing to let this match slip away. This is exactly how the underdog needs to play, right now. Unreal. He clings to life with a sliver of health to tie this series up at 5-5. Aster manages to bring it back to 6-5, finally knocking Ignis off the ramp. He's certainly acting like the higher rated player now. Esther takes a 7-5 lead into the break. The supposed underdog is actually outplaying his opponent right now. He is capitalizing on his strong map history to keep a steady grip on this series. Let's see if Ignis can pivot. Ignis holds his own in that ramp battle, continuing to claw his way back into this fight. A real battle of nerves as he tries to bridge this gap. What a chaotic exchange. Ignis barely escapes with his life, but that's enough to even the score. He's really fighting through the gunfire to keep this series level. He's simply not missing a beat, taking full control of the series with another clean victory. The momentum has completely shifted toward the challenger. He's absolutely on fire, claiming yet another victory from the ramp to keep this surge going. He's completely turned the tables on the favorite. Aster gets back in the game by shutting him down on the ramp. He certainly feels like the more experienced hand in this series. Aster really wants to reclaim the lead, catching Ignis right as he tried to take the ramp. A perfectly balanced set at this point. He stays cool under pressure to edge out that exchange, extending his lead to 10-9. The lower seeded player is simply refusing to go away. Aster quickly clears the Tetris to bring this back to a deadlock. A absolute nail-biter as we head into the final stretch. Esther is moving quickly now, taking total control with another fast round while catching Ignis on the incline. The gap in their overall win percentages is starting to show. Esther's pace is simply too much to handle, and he's now just one round away from victory. The higher seed is firmly back in the driver's seat. What a finish! Aster shuts the door on this series with a totally effortless final round. Ignis really pushed him to the limit, especially with those two narrow escapes earlier on. He just couldn't find the final gear. Hard-fought win. Esther is a heavy favorite here with a 64% head-to-head win rate. It's a dominant lead overall, but the real story is how Mist has won nearly every recent clash. I wonder if that psychological edge will be too much for Esther to overcome today. He completely dismantles his opponent right off the ramp, extending the lead to 3-0. Esther answers back immediately, wiping his opponent right off the ramp. He's finally starting to play like the favorite in this matchup. Mist is simply cruising with a commanding 4-1 lead. Mist is really capitalizing on that confidence from their last head-to-head. Esther just completely shut that down, proving he's not going away quietly. A huge shift in energy for the favorite. Esther secures another clean burst from the ramp, continuing his determined push back into this match. Esther is sitting on a 23-12 record over the last day, and honestly, those numbers show he has the momentum and the raw power to claw back. It's just a matter of whether Mist can withstand this particular surge of confidence. A total shift in control as he secures another point, putting a real grip on this game. A tight exchange here, but Esther manages to edge out the win before the half wraps up. He's fighting hard to put that previous loss behind him. Mist holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break, and honestly, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected him to be today. We'll see if Esther can use his map experience to close this gap. Time for a fresh start. Mist is almost home with a huge 9-4 lead. He's really capitalizing on that recent victory over the higher rated opponent. Mist is just flying through these rounds right now, making it look far too easy from that ramp. A huge challenge for the higher ranked side in this set. Absolutely untouched in that duel, keeping the momentum firmly in his favor. An absolute nightmare of a sequence for the higher ranked side. Esther survives a chaotic exchange to pick up another point. A huge difference in those career numbers though. What a reaction! Mist shuts him down right there on the ramp to put himself on match point. The pressure is just too high for him to keep up right now. Game over. Mist closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He really just completely outclassed the top-seeded player here, showing zero hesitation from the second they stepped on that ramp. What a fight! Ignis barely scrapes through that first exchange to take the opening lead. Ignis holds a massive 61% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's a huge statistical advantage that makes him the favorite coming in today. But looking at their last meeting, he didn't have any trouble closing things out. We'll see if Mist can keep the pressure up here. Unbelievable. He barely survives that chaotic scrap to even things up at 2-2. He's staying steady after that rough loss to Aster earlier today. Ignis regains the edge, pulling ahead 3-2 right now. The two are remarkably close on the ladder right now. What a closeout! Mist survives a brutal exchange by the skin of his teeth to level the score. That's the second match of the day for him. Mist is really starting to push the pace here, shutting down Ignis as he tried to play from the ramp. A tough break for the higher ranked player here. Another fast one and he is completely taking control of this match. Absolute chaos there. Ignis barely survives that war of attrition and secures the kill off the ramp. We're deadlocked at 5 apiece as we head into 10. He's looking much sharper than he did in that loss to Aster. Mist takes the lead, putting the pressure on Ignis. He's definitely shaking off the loss he took to Ignis earlier. Mist takes a 7-5 advantage into the break. The underdog is firmly in the driver's seat here. Ignis has the historical edge, but he's just not finding any answers for Mist's pace right now. Time to switch sides. Mist is just one round ahead as we start 13. He definitely needed that to stop the bleeding. A really tight gap between these two on the ladder. Ignis has a dismal 40% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's showing that he's struggling to keep consistency across his recent series. He's really on the ropes now. Mist still holds the narrow lead at 8-7. Pure efficiency, taking that down in just over a second. Mist is simply dominating here, holding a 9-7 grip. Ignis manages to find his footing from the ramp, keeping this series incredibly tight. He looks back to his usual dominance in this pairing. And just like that, we're tied up at 9 apiece. He's proving why he's generally the stronger player in this rivalry. Mist pulls ahead once more, leading 10-9. A complete reversal from how their last series went. Mist manages to hold that ramp elevation and is now looking really comfortable with this lead. A total shutdown. He is just one round away from finishing this. His confidence is sky high right now. Unbelievable! He claws back to 10 after a desperate struggle, barely surviving with a sliver of health. He's showing incredible grit, refusing to let this match slip away. He's really finding his second wind here. What a series! Mist closes it out with a huge final play and takes the win. He really stepped up and flipped the script on his old rival. Ignis fought so hard to stay alive in those scrambles, but he just couldn't close it out. What a battle! Aster is comfortably the favorite here with a 74% win rate on this map. It's interesting to see him start on the back foot since he actually took their most recent encounter. We'll have to see if he can shut down Ignis' early momentum. He's just not letting up, securing another flawless round to keep the streak alive. The 14 ranked player is looking completely lost right now. He finally claws one back, showing a bit of grit to stop that opening slide. That's a very clean look for the favorite, who's proving he can withstand the pressure. The gap on the ladder isn't making this look like a struggle. He's completely flipped the script, bringing everything back to a dead heat. Absolute chaos right now, seeing the underdog push back this hard. He's simply unstoppable right now, powering through to a 4-round streak. Ignis reacts faster here, bringing the tally level at 4-all. A complete reset for both players heading into the next few. Ignis edges ahead as we move into the 9th. This is exactly how their most recent matchup played out too. Aster is refusing to go away, erasing the deficit to bring things completely even. This is exactly how the pressure has been building since the start. He is really putting on a clinic, claiming another round to take the lead as we approach the break. A huge momentum swing as he pushes closer to a clean half. Aster takes a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, it's a solid start for the non-14 seed. He's holding a decent advantage right now, but we've seen both players trade streaks, so it's still anyone's game. Let's see how Ignis responds. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that exchange, but his sheer persistence pays off to push the lead to 8-5. Absolute nail-biter of an exchange there. Both players traded heavy damage here, but he manages to outlast the exchange to keep this surge going. The gap in rankings is becoming very apparent. He's completely taken over, shutting down the competition to extend that streak to 3. A complete reversal from how the early game felt. Ignis finally breaks that run, fighting his way back into this series. A hard-fought battle, seeing how close this match has become. Aster typically holds a clear advantage in this series with a 56% lifetime win rate against Ignis, but the momentum has completely shifted in favor of the lower-seeded player. It will be interesting to see if Aster can find some composure here. He's simply taking over this map, putting together an incredible 4-round sequence. He's just on fire, surviving a brutal exchange to level this series completely. What a response! Aster gets a clean look here to regain the lead. He's really leaning on his experience as the higher seed right now. Absolutely impenetrable. He puts himself in a position to close this out right now. Complete control on his side of the server. What a way to close it out. He secures the final blow to seal the victory. Ignis really pushed him to the limit in that second half, but the Seed just held his ground. He really had to earn this one. What a battle. Aster historically leads this matchup 133 to 76. It's an interesting dynamic because Mist has actually taken most of the recent encounters. I wonder if that momentum can carry over to a different map today. Aster is firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. He's certainly playing like the favorite so far. These fights are ending in a flash. Aster is just slightly quicker on the draw right now. Mist is closing in fast, trailing only by 1. He's certainly not intimidated by the ladder gap. We've hit a total deadlock at 3 apiece. It's becoming a real toss-up regardless of the rank difference. Aster just needed one clean look to break that mini run and get back on top. The higher rated player is starting to assert himself now. Aster has an incredibly strong record over the long term with a 68% win rate, and honestly, that baseline is exactly why he's the focal point of this series. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can push back against that kind of consistency. Aster extends his lead to 6-4 as he finds his rhythm. The 14 seed is starting to look the part here. Mist needs to figure something out quickly, or this is going to be a short afternoon for him. Aster takes a healthy 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's completely flipped the script on the pre-match predictions. He looks far more comfortable on Italy than Mist is right now. Let's see if Mist can rally. Aster's cruising with a comfortable 3-round cushion. He's showing exactly why the betting odds are so close. He's keeping the pressure high and looks completely unbothered by the deficit. That's a scary amount of momentum shifting back to the challenger. Unbelievable speed. He's now completely erased that early gap with 3 straight wins. He responds instantly to stop that run from building. Aster holds a solid 3-round advantage as we move on. His recent form suggests he's playing at a very high level today. He simply refused to let the gap widen, deleting his opponent in a blink. Aster is really tightening his grip on this one, making it very difficult for Mist to find an opening. A completely untouched finish for Aster, putting him just 1 round away from victory. The underdog simply can't find an answer for this kind of precision. And that's it. Aster closes the door with an absolute blitz to seal the victory. Mist put up a fight with that one quick reflex play, but he just couldn't keep pace with the consistency we saw throughout this set. Ignis holds a clear advantage in their overall head-to-head history. He's really struggling to translate that historical dominance into results today. Mist is coming in with a lot of confidence after winning their previous clash, and he's definitely carrying that momentum into the early rounds here. He's just outclassing him right now, picking up a third straight victory. And he finally answers back, proving he isn't going down without a fight. The pressure is definitely mounting for the favorite to close this gap. He's staying aggressive and finds another pick from the box to tighten this series up. Absolutely breathtaking. He clears the box and wipes out the deficit, bringing us all the way back to a draw. Mist takes this one, reclaiming a slight edge in the count. A bit of a rough patch for the favorite lately. What a way to flatten the score. He's showing incredible grit to bring this set completely level. Mist pushes back ahead, leaving Ignis trailing by 1. It's a familiar story given their last meeting today. He refuses to back down, securing another round to bring everything dead even. The underdog is really digging in today. Another huge pick for Ignis, who looks completely unfazed as we head into the final round of the half. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the half. Well, we're seeing the top seed step up and take control here. He is effectively leveraging that huge head-to-head advantage to keep things comfortably in his favor. Let's see if Mist can rally. He's completely in control now, cutting through the resistance to extend that lead. The skill gap is becoming a factor in this series. He's simply outplaying his opponent right now, piling on the pressure with another fast win. Ignis has a strong overall hold on this matchup, with a 60% win rate. So yeah, the problem is that he's been struggling throughout the day with 3 losses in a row. He really needs to find some stability if he wants to maintain this lead. He's just too sharp right now, deleting his opponent instantly to keep this recovery going. He's really finding his second win, effortlessly carving through the competition to take an 11-7 lead. He just keeps rolling, snapping onto Mist from the box to reach match point. He's fully embracing the role of the favorite right now. Unreal. He closes it out with an absolute blitz to secure the victory. That's a huge bounce back for him. After a rough start to his day, he finally managed to shake off the rust and put on a show. Esther holds a historical edge in this matchup with 94 total wins over Ignis. Well, he also has the more consistent run of form today. It will be interesting to see if he can pull away from this early deficit. What a chaotic exchange! Both players were practically shredded, but Aster manages to scrape by and level the map. Ignis looks confident, holding that slim 2-1 lead. It's not a common sight to see the favorite chasing the game. Ignis is dominating with a commanding 3-1 lead. He's coming off a tough 11-13 loss to Mist earlier today. He's just completely taken over the pace of this game now. It's a complete reversal from the last meeting on Blame Orange. He is simply not letting up, taking full control of this map. That's a tough spot for the higher rated man here. Another effortless pick for Ignis, who just cannot be stopped right now. A massive shift in momentum from the ranked numbers we expected. Aster answers back with a quick reflex shot to keep the deficit from growing. He's certainly looking to get back to that top 15 form. Aster has a massive statistical advantage with a 68% all-time win rate. It's clear that the initial struggle was just a fluke. He's now putting those numbers on full display as he clawed back into this match. He's simply not missing right now, making it 3 straight for the comeback king. The pressure is really starting to mount for Ignis now. He's just unstoppable right now, closing the gap further with another fast kill. The gap in their ratings is definitely showing through right now. We're all square at 6 apiece. I mean, it's been a total roller coaster after 2 separate 5-round streaks from each side. Aster is playing his part of the favorite right now, but this is anyone's game. Fresh start for both. A gritty win for Aster, who has really dug in to take the lead. He's finally proving exactly why he entered this match as the favorite. Ignis answers back and we're locked at 7 apiece. He is showing plenty of resilience today. Ignis clinches the edge, moving ahead 8-7. A tough spot for the number 14 seed. This is basically a brand new game now. A total stalemate as they head into the final stretch. Ignis regains a slim advantage, leading it 9-8. Hard to ignore how well Ignis is playing against him. What a fight! He manages to level things up, bringing the tally to 9 apiece. The momentum is completely neutral heading into the final stretch. He's completely untouchable right now, taking a commanding lead while staying perfectly healthy. The momentum has completely shifted in the favorite's direction. Dead heat at 10-all as they reset. Ignis is fighting hard to prove he can handle the pressure here. Ignis is looking sharp, continuing this run to put a serious dent in Aster's plans. An absolutely clean finish to put him on match point. He's just refusing to blink in these high-stakes moments. Talk about a nail-biter of a finish. Absolute perfection for Ignis. He seals the victory with a flawless final shot. He really stepped up when it mattered most. Just an incredible showing to shake off that head-to-head history and take the series. What a battle. Aster has a huge historical advantage here, leading the head-to-head 134 to 76. It's definitely a stark contrast to how these two have been performing lately, but we'll see if that long-term dominance carries him through this set. Mist is really finding his rhythm up 2-1. It's a bit of a puzzle given the rating difference. Mist is putting an incredible amount of pressure on the server right now. That's a strong start for a player outside the top 20. Mist holds a slim lead at 3-2. He's definitely looking to bounce back from that loss to Ignis. Absolute deadlock now with Aster and Mist tied 3-3. The higher seed is starting to assert himself. He's completely taking over from the ramp, claiming a third straight round. His higher rank is really starting to show. Mist reacts faster and picks him off the ramp to level the match. Hard to forget that a higher rank usually dictates the flow here. Aster notches ahead now, taking a 5-4 lead. An interesting shift, especially since Mist was expected to take this one. Aster is looking incredibly sharp, securing another quick victory from the ramp to extend his lead. He's just too fast right now, taking another quick duel to really build a cushion here. Aster goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, the underdog is putting on a clinic here. He's really making the most of his 66% win rate on this map to stay in control. Let's see if Mist can push back. Aster's recent record of 22-13 today shows exactly why he's such a threat. It's a far cry from the struggles Mist has been facing with the losing streak in his recent sets. We're really seeing a total shift in momentum here. He is simply untouchable right now, adding another win to his run. He's just completely in control now, moving one step closer to ending the game. Finally, a response from Mist, clutching a win from the wine box. A desperate glimpse of hope for the lower-seeded player. What a finale! Aster shuts the door by picking him right off the ramp to close it out. He just looked way too clean today! Really puts another huge victory in the books for the favorite. Ignis holds a significant lifetime advantage here, winning 61% of their encounters, and that historical dominance is definitely showing up in the current form. It will be tough for Mist to turn things around given how he struggled in his last few games. A fierce back and forth encounter, but he manages to scrape through and extend the lead to 3-0. He just can't find an answer for this pace, moving to a commanding lead. Things are looking even tougher for him after that rough loss to Esther. He is simply outclassing everyone right now, taking a complete lockdown on the series. He has a tough mountain to climb after those recent losses. Unbelievable. That was a total slugfest, and he barely survives with a sliver of health to make it 6 straight. He's really playing like a man on a mission tonight. Finally, Mist puts up a fight and secures a quick round for himself. Ignis has been really struggling today, finishing with an 18-17 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear that he's feeling much more confident in this specific series than his overall daily form suggests. I wonder if this is where he finally manages to build some real momentum. That was a total shutdown, taking over the server with ease. He's already coming off a tough series of losses today. Just another effortless win for Ignis, who looks completely untouchable right now. Ignis is comfortably ahead 10-2. Well, this is exactly the outcome we predicted. He's capitalizing on his experience here, and it looks like a steep hill for Mist to climb in the second half. Let's see if Mist wakes up. Mist just barely stops the bleeding at 10-3. 2 in a row for the underdogs, surprising a few here. He's fighting hard despite a rough stretch of losses today. Ignis stays firmly in control at 10-4. He's really digging deep to find a spark right now. Ignis reacts quickly to shut down that mini comeback attempt right when things were getting interesting. Absolutely clean. He shuts everything down to put himself just one step away from victory. A much needed highlight for him in a tough spot. What a finish! He simply outclasses his opponent to wrap up the series. He just completely dismantled everything Mist tried to put together today. Another huge statement for him to carry into the next one. Aster brings a strong legacy to this pair with a win rate of 68%. It's interesting because he is fighting to reverse a recent trend where Ignis has had a lot of success in their direct matchups. It'll be key to see if the higher rated player can reclaim his dominance here. Aster takes the lead, putting Ignis on the ropes. It's good to see the latter favorite asserting himself. Neither one is letting the other pull away. We've got a total deadlock this early on. Ignis edges ahead, holding an arrow 3-2 lead. Ignis is really capitalizing on his recent run of form. We're all squared up now with both players tied at 3. He really has the historical upper hand in this rivalry. Aster is really starting to stack up the rounds here, picking up a bit of momentum. He's looking a lot more comfortable than he did in their previous meeting. Absolutely oppressive. He walks away with a full health bar and a commanding 2-round cushion. What a fight! He barely survives that exchange to keep the game tight. Aster has managed to keep his composure despite the high pressure, and honestly it's a relief for him. He really needed to bounce back after that tough loss to Ignis earlier today. If he can stretch this gap to 5 rounds, it will be almost impossible for Ignis to recover. Aster holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, it looks like the underdog is making a serious move here. He's clearly leaning on that strong map experience to stay in the driver's seat. Ignis needs to wake up now. Ignis claws back around to bring it to 7-6. That was a lightning fast trade to close things out. Just like that, Ignis levels the playing field. He's definitely fighting a tough battle against a hot hand right now. He's putting on the pressure now. This is a very fast-paced series of exchanges. Deadly serious now, we're locked at 8 apiece. This is exactly how their last duel played out on the Mapas map. Aster breaks the tie, now holding a slim lead. He's really putting those high-level rankings to use. The tide has turned completely. Ignis is looking a bit lost as Aster starts to push for the finish. Another clean victory here, putting the lead at 11-8. Everything is finally going his way after that frustrating loss on Mappa. He's showing a lot of grit, refusing to let the gap widen any further. He manages to keep this race alive. Aster is just a single step away from victory after that effortless shot. A gritty play from Ignis to keep his hopes alive in this series. He's staying remarkably composed under this kind of pressure. What a finish. He seals the victory right there and secures the map win. He really managed to hold the line there, denying Ignis that second straight victory for the day. He had to fight for every inch of that map. What a fight! Aster starts things off strong by taking control of the ramp right away. Aster is making short work of this, quickly putting Mist on the defensive. Aster's top 15 ranking is on full display right now. Aster holds a significant edge in their historical rivalry with a 64% win rate over his opponent. It's interesting to see Mist trying to overturn a long-term deficit here. The question is if he can maintain this momentum against a much higher rated player. Aster just keeps the pressure high, cleaning up another round from the ramp. He looks far more comfortable than during his last outing against Ignis. He just wipes him right off that ramp to keep this run going. He's essentially mimicking that dominance we saw in the last match together. He's completely taken over this match, moving to a 6-1 lead. Mist had a tough run today, having fallen to Ignis right before this. Another perfect burst, and he's just completely stifling any hope of a comeback. He's simply untouchable right now, continuing his rampage with an effortless victory. The streak just keeps growing as he secures another incredibly fast victory. Mist finally gets his head in the game, shutting down Aster right off the ramp. A quick snapshot of hope for the lower seeded player. Aster heads into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. Well, we're seeing a massive swing here as the underdog is completely running away with this. It's a huge contrast to the pre-match projections. Time for a total reset. Unreal, he scrapes through a brutal exchange to keep the score at 4-9. That is an incredibly tight window to survive. Aster has been an absolute machine over his 1,800 career games, but that experience isn't preventing him from sliding right now. It's a total role reversal from their previous meeting where Aster was completely dominant. He really needs to find a way to stop the bleeding. What a performance! Mist holds the high ground on the ramp to push his streak to 4. The momentum has completely shifted in this one. He's back in control, taking the win from the ramp to hold that slide. He's definitely feeling the weight of that 132 rating gap. Aster is really beginning to pull away here, putting a firm grip on the map. Looking at that 23-12 record, it's a productive day for the favorite. Mist takes the round from the ramp, narrowing the gap as we head into the 20s. Despite the ranking disparity, he's staying in this fight. He's showing some real grit, stumbling into a second straight win to keep the pressure on. Huge play here as he knocks the opponent off the ramp to secure match point. He's looking sharp as he closes in on the finish line. Absolute perfection on that final shot to seal the deal. That's another victory for the top seed, who really looked like he had the map solved today. What a frantic opening. Ignis clings to a tiny sliver of health to secure the first round. Ignis has clearly had the upper hand in this rivalry historically, winning 61% of their past meetings. Well, he's certainly fighting to keep that trend alive here today. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can actually flip the script this time. We've hit a dead stalemate at 2-all. He's definitely looking for a repeat of that dominant 13-5 result. Mist is really starting to put the pressure on, putting himself in a great position early on. Mist is firmly in control with a 4-2 lead. He's fighting through a tough day with 12 wins across 36 games. Ignis puts himself in a better spot by taking that fight from the boxes, bringing this right back to a one-round game. Ignis is starting to build some real momentum here, using that height advantage to secure another clean round. He just won't stop. That's 3 straight for the man in the lead. The favorite is really starting to take hold here. The momentum has completely shifted, as Ignis just shrugged off that early challenge to take a 4th straight. Ignis manages to pick him off the ramp to keep the streak alive. It's been a brutal few hours for him today. Ignis takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's playing exactly like the favorite should after that 6-round tier. Mist needs to wake up if he wants a chance to climb back. Time for a quick reset. Ignis is really leaning into his experience here, as he's managed to win 52% of his games on this map. That consistency is making a massive difference in his approach right now. It's becoming a real uphill battle for Mist to find a way back into this. Ignis is just run away now, leading by 5. A quick response to slow things down. Ignis is simply too fast right now. He's just completely shutting down any hope of a comeback. Absolute perfection from the frontrunner, moving himself just one step away from victory. A sharp reply from Mist, who just needs a few more of those to stay in the hunt. He's keeping the fight alive with a 2nd straight victory, making it a little more interesting. The pressure is mounting on the favorite to close this out. He's absolutely on fire right now, bringing the score to 12-8 with another flawless victory. A shocking turn of events here, as he pushes his current run to 4 straight. A complete reversal of fortune from where we started. What a closing statement! He seals the deal with a clean strike to take the match. It's just another day at the office for him, proving once again that he's got this matchup completely figured out. Ignis makes it a quick start, shutting down Aster's attempt to hold the ramp. Aster has held a 56% edge in their history together, and that long-term success is showing in the current early exchanges. It's definitely looking like he's still got the upper hand in this rivalry. Let's see if he can push that lead further. Ignis is putting on a clinic from that ramp right now, grabbing a tight lead early on. He's definitely playing like the underdog in this one. We're all squared up at 2 apiece now. He's certainly leaning on that 1551 rating right now. Aster is just punishing everything right now, cleaning up from that ramp to keep the pressure on. He's completely taken over the map, extending this streak to 3 straight. The higher seed is making this look effortless. A very fast response here, and the challenger finally gets a round back. Ignis has completely flipped the momentum here, using that ramp to secure another quick round. He just can't find an answer for those shots from the ramp, moving to a 5-round advantage. The momentum shift is real for a player ranked 24th. Aster catches him in the window to tie things up at 5-5. The favorite is finally starting to breathe again. Ignis really managed to shut that down, picking Aster off the ramp to maintain his slight lead. He's really proving to be a tough matchup for a favorite tonight. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 going into the break. Well, Ignis hasn't been able to capitalize on his status as the favorite. Aster is playing exactly to his high map win rate and looks very comfortable here. Let's see who finds their rhythm first. Ignis edges ahead as we hit the 13th. His performance today has been surprisingly steady. Aster is just too quick, catching Ignis right as he pushed from the ramp. His experience in 1,000 of these battles is definitely showing. Aster claws back into a slim 1-round lead. The momentum is definitely shifting in his favor now. Absolute deadlock now as Aster and Ignis hit 8 apiece. It's a complete toss-up moving into the final stretch. Ignis is starting to pull away here, stacking up a few more rounds in a row. His recent form has been remarkably consistent throughout the day. Aster catches Ignis right as he tried to hold that high ground, putting the pressure back on. He's definitely playing with a lot of confidence after those 3 straight wins today. Aster takes a thin lead heading into round 19. He's looking incredibly sharp after that 13-5 sweep of Mist. He's simply untouchable in this moment, securing another straight round to really put the squeeze on Ignis. Another huge win for him, and he's now just a single round away from closing this out. What a finish! He closes it out in style and secures the victory. He really found his footing in that final stretch to shake off the challenger. Another dominant performance for the top seed today. Aster has a massive edge in their head-to-head, leading the series 136-76 over the long term. It's interesting that he's the clear favorite here, despite the slow start. We'll see if he can recover that poise quickly. Aster keeps the momentum, sitting one up on Mist. His number 13 spot on the ladder is starting to show. He's completely taken over the map, strolling to a 3-round win streak. He's coming into this series on a real tear. He is simply untouchable right now, taking this round without losing a single point of health. Aster just completely takes over, securing another victory from the box to push his lead to 5-1. He's just in a different gear, securing 6 straight rounds of total control. Mist finally answers back, putting a halt to that run. That's still quite a climb given those early game struggles. Aster has a strong 64% win rate on this map. I mean, he should have the tactical edge here, but he's suddenly looking a bit rattled. He needs to find his footing before Mist puts a real dent in that lead. Unreal. He barely hangs on with 13 health after a chaotic trade from the box. Mist is really struggling to find any answers today. Another clean look from the box. Aster is firmly in the driver's seat here. Mist is really feeling the weight of a tough day across the board. Aster goes into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. Well, the a priori projections had Mist on top, but he's just been outclassed in every single exchange so far. Time for the sides to swap. Aster just shreds him right off the box. He is making this look far too easy. He's coming off a strong 24-11 run across his other matches today. Aster just picks him right off the box, barely giving him any time to react. Mist manages to hold the upper ground here, showing some resilience. He secures another huge victory from the box and is now just 1 point away from the match. What a finale! He just wipes the floor with his opponent to seal the match. Just a total clinic here. He's really cementing himself as a force to be reckoned with right now. Ignis currently holds a significant lead in the head-to-head record with 695 wins over their opponent. Well, that historical dominance seems to be translating into confidence for this specific series. I wonder if Mist can find any answer for him today. He's just unstoppable right now, moving into a 3-round streak. It's been a rough stretch for Mist overall lately. Absolutely oppressive. He's simply outclassing everyone in his path right now. Simply a wall. He has just swept through this entire opening stretch. He's definitely carrying the confidence from their most recent encounter. He is simply out of reach. That's a total shutout to start the game. Mist has really been struggling to find any momentum lately. Finally, a response from Mist to put a dent in that momentum. He had to fight through some tough losses today to get this first round. Mist is really enduring a tough run right now with a 10-26 record over the last 24 hours. It makes sense why he's feeling the pressure, especially since he's on the wrong end of a 7-game skid lately. It'll take a massive mental shift to claw back from this. Ignis is just cruising with a commanding 8-2 lead. That was a sharp, decisive play to get back on the board. These exchanges are happening so quickly now, they're just trading shots and the rounds are over in a heartbeat. Ignis takes a big 9-3 lead into the break. He's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. That 6-round streak of his really put the pressure on Mist. Time to flip the script. Mist manages to narrow the gap to 9-4. It's not completely out of reach, even with that gap in the ladder rankings. Mist is fighting back, but Ignis still leads 9-5. It's a welcome shift from that rough start to his day. He's on fire, putting together a strong 3-game run to close this gap. A surprisingly tight battle between a couple of mid-tier players. A quick snap from Ignis to hold the opponent's run. The higher-seeded player is definitely starting to tighten his grip. Ignis is really starting to distance himself here, putting a serious dent in those hopes for a comeback. Mist is showing a lot of grit by refusing to let Ignis close this out quickly. He's definitely fighting against the tide today. He secures another round and now stands on the threshold of victory. That was a lightning-fast exchange to get back in control. A gritty stand from Mist to prevent the immediate finish. Still looks like the favorite is firmly in control. Good heavens, that was a total war. He barely clings to life with a sliver of health. Total chaos in that encounter, he really pushed through the pressure. What a finish. Ignis shuts the door completely to secure the victory. He just couldn't find a way to break that streak and keep the momentum shifting. A tough result for Mist. Aster enters this series with a massive lead in their head-to-head history, winning about 56% of their past meetings. It's strange to see him fall behind early, given his high rating and the win he just secured against Ignis recently. We'll see if he can get that momentum back. Ignis just blew through that defense, picking Aster right off the ramp to take a commanding lead. He's absolutely erasing the competition right now, claiming another victory from that high ground. He's just untouchable right now, making it 5 straight wins with a clean shutout. Finally, a response as Aster manages to shut him down on the ramp. His rank 13 status should be showing through by now. Ignis is just too quick on the trigger right now, securing another huge advantage from the ramp. They both fought for control of the ramp, but Aster was just a fraction faster on the draw. He's certainly looking to replicate that close victory they had on fast aim. Aster entered the lobby with a 67% win rate on this specific map. So yeah, he's technically the one who knows this layout best. It's an odd disparity to see given how easily Ignis is controlling the server. We have to wonder if Aster is simply overthinking his approach here. Ignis is just cruising with a commanding 8-3 lead. Tough to believe he's stumbling this badly as the favorite. It's 8-4 going into the break. Well, Ignis is playing exactly like the favorite we expected. He looks incredibly comfortable out here though. He'll need to maintain this pace to shut the door. Time for a total reset. Aster is putting on a show here, winning 2 straight fights at the ramp to keep this very much alive. He's definitely riding that high from his recent victory over Ignis. Ignis just keeps finding that high ground to stifle the comeback effort. A tough spot for the top-rated player in this match. Ignis holds a sturdy 3-round cushion at 9-6. He's currently on a hot streak with 5 wins in his last 10. Ignis is playing with an incredible amount of confidence, just denying Aster's attempt to hold the ramp. A really strange way for this set to be playing out. He's just not giving Aster any breathing room right now. We're seeing some seriously rapid exchanges. That's 3 straight for the leader, and he's now just 1 point away from the victory. Unbelievable. He claws back a critical round from the ramp to keep the match alive. That was a long, gritty fight compared to the last few rounds. He just keeps fighting back, managing to knock Ignis off the ramp to delay the inevitable. He's fighting like a man who knows he's the superior seed. He survives an absolute war on the server, barely clinging to life after that trade. He's just refusing to let this match end quietly. Simply sensational. He's on fire now, taking another victory from the ramp to keep these hopes alive. He's simply refusing to back down, keeping his streak alive to push the score to 11-12. The momentum shift is palpable, completely mirroring his recent clash with Zeal. Astonishing, he's completely flipped the script to force a deadlock at 12-all. Total chaos as we head into overtime. The momentum has completely shifted as he just swept Ignis off that ramp. Absolutely ice-cold execution to put the pressure on. Ignis secures a clean duel on the ramp to keep the deadlock going. He's managed to stand his ground against a top 15 opponent. He digs deep in this overtime clash, reclaiming the lead with a gritty exchange. A quick, decisive exchange to put himself in the driver's seat. Ignis holds his ground on the ramp to keep this battle deadlocked. An incredibly tight battle between these two today. Ignis puts himself on the edge of victory with a huge kill from the ramp. That was a remarkably quick end to the exchange. What an answer! Aster strikes from the ramp to secure match point. Purely instinctive reaction to keep this series tied. Aster's now just a single step ahead at 16-15. Aster keeps the pressure high, leading 17-15. The higher seed is finally imposing his will in these final moments. Aster pushes his lead to 17-16 with that clutch play. It's been a brutal grind for both players to get this far. Ignis fights back to bring us level at 17 apiece. A massive fight for someone sitting at 24th on the ladder. Ignis just edged ahead, barely leading 18-17. That is a brutal shift in momentum right here. Complete parity now, as Aster ties things up at 18. Both of them are completely refusing to blink in this overtime. Ignis takes a slim one-round edge, moving to 19. Aster makes it a dead heat again at 19-0. Aster edges ahead, now clinging to a narrow one-round advantage. He is simply refusing to let a single round slip. Aster is pulling away now, sitting comfortably at 21. This looks like a familiar result for him. Aster is just a hair ahead now, holding that 21-20 lead. A crucial halt in momentum for the favorite. Aster pulls further ahead, now holding a 2-round cushion. He really had to dig deep to close that out after such a shaky start. I'm just glad to see the higher seed finally pull through in overtime. Truly an incredible battle. The top seed is looking sharp early on, and that historical edge is starting to show. Ignis pushed him to the absolute limit, but he just couldn't close out those final moments. What a fight! Ignis comes out swinging, securing an early lead by taking control of the toolbox. Ignis is firmly in control here, especially since he's already won over 60% of their lifetime encounters. It's no surprise to see him dominating early, given how poorly Mist has performed today. We just need to see if the momentum shifts in the next few rounds. Mist is really putting the pressure on right now, having completely flipped the script on this series. He's really fighting through some tough form today. Ignis is just too quick today, using that ramp to keep the lead as these rounds fly by. The higher seed is finding his footing quickly. Ignis keeps pulling away with a comfortable 4-2 cushion. It's a familiar script for Mist, who struggled with consistency lately. Mist holds the high ground on that wine box to claw his way back into this. He's certainly trying to shake off a rough patch tonight. Mist is looking dangerous with that height advantage, and suddenly we have a dead heat. A massive swing, considering his current 10% win rate. He just blew right through that defense, picking the other player off the wine box. Ignis catches him right off that wine box to level the playing field. A crucial point of stabilization for the favorite. Ignis is really starting to climb, using that ramp position to pick his opponent right off the toolbox. Ignis takes a narrow 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the top seed is keeping his grip on the series just like we thought he would. We've seen a few swings, but he's steadily holding his position. Fresh start for both players. Ignis is on fire, dragging another round out of the air while Mist is still stuck on the box. A tough afternoon for Mist, who has only managed 10 wins across his matches today. Mist is refusing to back down, cleanly picking the other player off the ramp to keep this challenge alive. Exactly what he needed to stay within striking distance. Ignis makes quick work of that one, shutting down Mist's attempt to hold the ramp. It's just been a tough day for the number 30 seed. Ignis is just too sharp, catching Mist before he can even react from the ramp. He puts together a strong sequence and takes Mist right off the wine box to extend the lead. His current 10-26 record today is really starting to weigh on him. Mist manages to find a clean opening from the bricks to stop the run. He's showing a bit of his map-specific edge here. Mist is putting on a show right now, continuing his charge from that ramp position. We've seen some closer fights from him earlier in the day. He's just refusing to go away, securing another one from the ramp to stay in this. The pressure is mounting on the high seed to close this out. Unbelievable! He secures another win from that wine box to keep the surge going. The momentum shift here is absolute. He just can't be stopped right now, hammering home another win from that toolbox to lock it up at 11 all. Ignis answers back instantly and clears him off that ramp to move within striking distance. What a finish! He clears the wine box one last time to close out the series. He really showed a lot of heart to push it that far, but the experience gap showed up in the end. He had to work for that. What a scramble! Ignis barely scrapes through that exchange to take the opening lead. Esther is feeling very comfortable right now, using that high ground on the ramp to secure the equalizer. Esther has dominated the overall head-to-head with a 57% win rate. It's clear that this psychological edge is translating into the server right now. He's simply refusing to give an inch to Ignis. He just can't be stopped, taking full control of the pace now. He's really leaning into that favorable head-to-head history here. A complete shutdown there as Aster marches toward a 5-round lead. A very familiar sight given their match history. He's just untouchable right now, keeping the streak alive for a commanding lead. He's really making the most of that 90% recent form. He's just purely outclassing his opponent, securing another victory from that ramp position. The 13th ranked player is really asserting his authority right now. Just a complete sweep as he picks Ignis right off the blue platform. The gap in skill is starting to feel quite wide. Ignis finally gets a response, shaking off that pressure for a quick win. Ignis is really capitalizing on a strong recent run of form to close this gap. It's a drastic shift from the early stages of the map. We're seeing a genuine battle for momentum as Aster loses his grip on the lead. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, we're seeing a real struggle here as Ignis fights to overcome the underdog's momentum. Aster is playing very aggressively to keep the lead. Fresh start for both players now. Aster extends his advantage, now sitting comfortably at 8-5. A solid performance for someone in the top third of the ladder. Aster now firmly in the driver's seat at 9-5. He's clearly the more seasoned competitor in this particular matchup. Ignis is refusing to let Aster breathe, keeping this series surprisingly competitive. Ignis has a surprising amount of experience on this specific map. Both players hit hard in a frantic trade, but the resilience of Ignis allows him to secure another one. Incredible to see the underdog digging in like this. That is an incredibly clean kill, and the momentum has completely shifted back toward the challenger. Absolutely stunning. The deficit has completely vanished as we've hit a deadlock at 9-all. He's completely reversed the script on this one. Aster answers back immediately to reclaim a 1-round lead. Just a steady day so far for him with 24 wins across the board. Aster is putting a lot of pressure on him now, really starting to pull away from this series. Ignis simply outmuscled him there, continuing this gritty climb back into the series. What a brawl! Aster just edges out the win to put himself 1 round away from victory. He's showing exactly why he entered this match as the heavy favorite. He's refusing to go down easily, picking up a tidy round to stay in this. Just a lightning fast trade to keep the dream alive. Unbelievable. He was almost out of health, but Aster claws back to secure the final round and the entire series. He nearly let it slip away, but he just showed way too much composure when it mattered. He had to fight for that one. What a match. Aster holds a significant historical edge with the 138 total wins over Mist. It's interesting to see him start slow, given that he's been in an 8-game win streak lately. We have to see if he can recover that momentum quickly. Mist is really putting the pressure on Aster now. That's surprising for a player currently on a 10-game losing skid. These early exchanges are incredibly fast. Neither player is giving an inch so far.
Mist is cruising right now with a 3-2 lead.
The higher seeded player is struggling to assert control early. Aster fights back to tie things up at 3-all. The match is wide open now, despite the huge gap in the ladder rankings. Mist is showing some real grit here, refusing to let the top-seeded player pull away. Mist is currently sitting on a 5-round winning streak across his last few appearances. He's showing a level of confidence we haven't seen from him in quite a while. It will be interesting to see if this run holds up against a much higher rated opponent. Aster manages to dig deep here and keeps the fight alive. His skill is starting to translate into results after a rocky start. Mist is firmly in control with a 3-round cushion. Hard to believe the favorite is this deep in the hole. Mist takes a narrow 7-5 lead into the break. Well, everything is looking exactly as expected so far. Mist is holding his ground well against the higher rated player. Time to switch sides. Mist is still holding a comfortable 3-round advantage. Something is clearly working for him today. Mist is really dominating the pace at 9-5. Unreal, he barely survived that exchange, clutching out the victory with a sliver of health. A complete reversal of the usual order of things. He's just untouchable right now, extending that streak to 4 in a row. A complete reversal of his usual form throughout the last 10 games. Another flawless exchange for Mist. He's just one step away from sealing this whole series. He shuts the door with a final burst and secures the victory. He completely derailed Aster's momentum today. Talk about a confidence boost for someone who's been struggling lately. Ignis is the clear favorite here, historically winning 61% of their head-to-head clashes. But Mist is playing with a lot more confidence right now after that recent win against Esther. We have to see if that momentum can hold against a player who usually controls this matchup. Mist is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's punishing every mistake with those quick reactions. Mist is really starting to separate himself here. If he keeps this up, the gap will be huge. That's a tough look for the higher rated player here. What a fight! Ignis claws back a narrow victory after nearly getting taken out himself. This is exactly how the favorited player prefers to respond. Unreal! He manages to scrape through from the ramp to level the score. He's just refusing to go down, surviving another nail-biter. He's completely taken over now, securing another win from the Tetris to take a lead. He just plucks Mist right off the boxes to secure a huge 4th consecutive victory. He's certainly feeling the weight of those 10 losses today. He strikes again from the boxes, extending his lead to 6-3. He's making a clean sweep of his recent matchups with Mist. Incredible grit from Mist, who barely manages to clutch this out and keep the fight alive. The pressure is really mounting for that favorite to maintain control. Mist has been struggling significantly today with a 10-26 record, so yeah, it's really starting to look like this series is just another difficult hurdle for him. I'm curious to see if he can find a way to flip the script before things get out of hand. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, things are going exactly as predicted. He's showing why he wins most of their head-to-head encounters, even if Mist managed to keep it relatively close. Ignis is pulling way ahead now, leading 8-5. He's looking to bounce back quickly after that narrow loss to Aster. Ignis is just dominating, stretching it to 9-5. He's really trying to bounce back from that recent close loss to Aster. My goodness, what a scramble. Mist somehow claws out a win, surviving with a sliver of health after fighting him off the ramp. Ignis extends his grip with a commanding 10-6 lead. He has clearly maintained the upper hand over the long haul. Mist grabs a round to make it 10-7. He's really fighting to close that narrow ranking gap. He keeps the pressure on, putting together a pair of quick rounds to keep this fight alive. He's showing a lot more resilience than we expected going into this. Whoa, he barely escapes a brutal trade, managing to secure a narrow 11-8 lead. A total shutdown there, putting him just one more step from the finish line. The higher seed is proving far too consistent today. Mist manages to come through and knock the favorite off those boxes. He's definitely starting to find a way to disrupt that rhythm. And there it is. Ignis shuts the door with a perfect final round to seal the victory. He really leaned on that early momentum to keep his composure and shut things down. Aster is starting strong here with a huge 73% win rate on this map. It's no surprise he's looking comfortable given he's already beating Ignis in their head-to-head history. Let's see if Ignis can close that gap early. Unreal. Aster barely scrapes through that chaotic fight, but he takes the win to move ahead 3-0. His recent 25-10 run today is definitely showing. What a scrap. He digs deep to secure this one and get back in the game. He's fighting to prove the pre-match projections wrong. He's showing great resolve here, securing another one to put a dent in that early lead. He has completely flipped the script, erasing that deficit to tie things up at 3 apiece. A complete reversal of the pre-match expectation. Absolutely crushing. He's now claimed 4 in a row to take a lead in this series. He's completely seized control of the server right now. He is just untouchable right now, adding a 5th consecutive win to this incredible rally. Aster responds quickly, pulling himself closer in the score. The higher rated man is finally starting to push back. And we are deadlocked at 5-5 as they reset. The number 13 seed is certainly leaning into his advantage. What a nail biter! He almost ran out of health, but manages to secure that win with a tiny sliver of life left. Ignis heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, this is exactly what we anticipated going in. He's holding his own well despite Aster's strong history on this map. Time to see if Aster can rally. Ignis is still narrowly ahead as Aster closes in. He's definitely bringing some confidence from that previous meeting between the two. Total parity now, with Aster and Ignis tied at 7. It's a tough spot to be in for the rank 24 player. Ignis secures the advantage from the ramp, continuing his tenacious climb back into this set. The momentum shift is clearly favoring the lower ranked man here. He's completely shut down the opposition here, securing a perfect round to keep this rally going. Pure carnage. He barely walked away from that exchange, but it extends his run to 3 straight. He's really starting to suffocate the higher seed here. He's just in a different league right now, putting his opponent away without taking any damage. Absolutely effortless. He's just 1 step away from securing this match. A truly surprising turnaround for the underdog. Game over, Ignis seals the deal with a perfect final encounter to complete an incredible turnaround. He really flipped the script today, completely erasing that huge historical advantage Aster usually carries into these fights,